You are such a nasty victim.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch.
Hila then asks the H3 employees, Lena and Sam, their thoughts on the situation, essentially having these two women weigh in between their two bosses and whether they would find that word in the way that Ethan used it offensive. When they agree with Hila, Ethan says he will bow to the council. Jeez.
She says Ethan shut Hila down, but then she immediately plays a clip of Ethan doing exactly what Hila asked.
I will bow to the council's will.
He's disagreeing with them, but he's still going with their decision because he's been outvoted. It's one of the most amicable ways to resolve a disagreement. She then plays a clip of Ethan stopping himself from saying the word bitch and then acts like it's a bad thing.
There was a time where it seemed like Ethan almost called his employee Nate a B word.
Kind of doesn't mean I'm a liar. It just means that Nate's a real nitpicker. He's a insolent employee.
Isn't this what you people wanted? Him to stop saying the word? Why are you mad? She ends the video by reiterating that Hila is a pedophile.
Hila dresses kind of childlike, with a little teddy bear for her fashion brand. I find all of that interesting. It reminds me of when I was really young and naive and had people who I thought were guy friends that would make a lot of sexual jokes towards me. And then I would always be shocked and disappointed when some time would pass and they would try to make a pass at me.
They dodged a bullet and then pats herself on the back for how much research she did.
If you were a Fallen fan, a former fan, or a current H3 fan, and you made it all the way to the end, thank you so much. I hope that we can all find peace and love through this video, because I feel like Ethan has currently lost that.
How are you gonna imply that Hila's a pedophile and then end the video like that?
A B word.
You're a cunt.
I like my woman like I like my coffee. Ground up and put in the freezer.
You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Some other things I found interesting while making this video is that Cruella randomly detours into going after QT Cinderella for her complicated family situation.
Cutie also offers anecdotes of her stepbrother who's trans and does not talk to her father because her father refuses to use the correct pronouns. But yet, Cutie still talks to her father. They hang out together and have a relationship.
My stepbrother is trans, and my dad refuses to use the correct pronouns. He doesn't understand why it's so important, right? And it drives me crazy. And it drives my stepbrother crazy, of course. You know what the difference is I'm able to have this conversation with my dad because I'm open-minded and we love each other. My stepbrother just says fuck off and won't talk to my dad. So there's no progress being made. I don't support it, but I still love my dad and I'll go to coffee with him tomorrow, but I don't support that.
I had a sibling who passed away, so maybe that makes this a little bit too emotional for me. But if my sibling was trans and stopped speaking to a member of my family because that member was being transphobic, I in turn would stop speaking to that family member as well. It's hard for me to see another perspective on that.
It's hard for you to see the perspective of wanting to keep your family together, really? Because to me it sounds like QT's doing the much harder job by not giving up. Cruella then says she can relate to QT because she's been a bad family member before by not picking up the phone.
Not that I'm always the perfect family member. I'm terrible at responding to text messages and calls.
This woman eats glue. I don't think she should be trusted around solid foods. I also want to touch on Casey Tron one more time. I used to think it was a big meme that she smoked a lot of weed, but she's on stream, mid-mental health breakdown, tears coming down her cheeks, and she's just ripping the bong.
Also kind of like hiding a lot of the pain from my family, you know? Let me load this bowl. Let's smoke. Let's smoke really quick. I'm gonna load a bowl and smoke, and then I'm gonna get on my way. Yeah, I smoke weed.
This is sad. The fallout of the situation is that Cruella uploaded an apology video. It was to H3 Snark in Bad Empanada. She then cut Bad Empanada out of the title, debated Ethan, and then doubled down on everything.
But you truly are participating in an ableist harassment campaign that presupposes that my uncontrollable neurological disorder, Tourette's, is the result of drug abuse.
I mean, first I want to say I'm really sorry about that, that, people have been weaponizing that and that you feel that way.
You weaponized it.
It's gonna be a classic, and we will get to that in our next video. So subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Drankobex, Necro Valley, Eddie Bizzle, Christopher H, Sennial Music, Lucas Sip, Snoopy Poop Doo 2, Amur MLB, Drew is Sharing, Clown Factory, Mustard Short Guy, and the mega homies: IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Tiz McFitz, Caden Lulan, BA Subway, Road, Terox, John Manfreda, Lucas, Katie Huck, Adrian, and Quap.
Welcome back to a series so serial, even Captain Crunch subscribed. In today's video, Massive update to the Ethan Klein lawsuit against the Hassan Orbiters, Casey Denims, and Fruggen. The H3 Snark mods have been denied their protective order and motion to quash subpoenas, meaning their names will finally be out to the public after years of anonymously slandering Ethan. Female Hassan, aka Denims, is completely screwed now after the judge realized that she was explicitly trying to steal Ethan's video. Her lawyer fees have already consumed around $50,000 and she has accomplished absolutely nothing. Hassan continues his crash out over gamers after calling them loser incels for wanting to start a family. He is doubling down on Twitter and losing his mind. Asmongold has responded clowning on him. More idiots are going viral on Twitter for horrible takes about gaming and men. We have officially converted a Hassan Piker fan into finally accepting the truth. It only took 8 months. Smash like or you got a 1v1 Kratos. Pro is not mentally there.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody to another day. Lunch Lady Pegasus back at it again, serving the slop, hot and ready. Right, so we have an update on the H3 lawsuits. Recap for the employed people. YouTuber and podcaster Ethan sued the Hassan Orbiters, Casey Denims, and Fruggen for violating copyright and trying to steal his Hassan content nuke video. Now lots has gone down so far, with Caseytron being forced to apologize and humiliate herself, Fruggen playing hide and seek with the server trying to dodge them, and Denims for some reason being overly confident, insisting she's going to win, coming up with her lawyer statements while continuing to beg for money in her GoFundMe. Now recently we also learned that the H3 Snark Reddit mods are in big trouble after their motion to quash the subpoenas failed, and basically Ethan can now legally get their identities and sue them into oblivion. Right, here we go. Ethan Klein drops an update on his lawsuit. The ruling was rather scathing. So he talks about how the Reddit mods were also filing a protective order and crying to the judge, giving their personal stories, begging to not be exposed.
Big lawsuit updates! The Snarkers were attempting to file a motion to quash on our subpoena to Reddit and Discord for their identities so that we could sue them, serve them even. And we've gotten to this really outrageous legal battle, in my opinion, where they've filed like thousands and thousands of pages of stuff trying to make me look bad and whatever, yada yada. Anyway, we won.
That didn't work?
It didn't work.
Oh.
We won, and the judge actually, in her ruling, was rather scathing, if I may say so myself, because the mods they were pursuing not just a quash on the subpoena, but also a protective order. So they said, like, we are so scared for our lives and our well-being that nobody, Ethan should never be able to utter our names because we're afraid for our lives. We can't sleep, we can't work, we're afraid for our reputation, our families are gonna hate us, and of course we're all thinking like, well, if what you said is so bad that your friends and family will never look at you the same again, kind of a self-report.
I mean, he's not wrong there. That is an absolute self-report, because wait till your family realizes how much of a mentally ill weirdo you are, that you spent years of your life, you know, in these anonymous Reddit groups trying to slander Ethan because of some weird agenda you have. Anyway, so basically these disgusting H3 Snark mods, after constantly harassing Ethan, lying about him, potentially some of them participating in the CPS call on Ethan's kids. This is also one of the reasons he's going after these people, to find out who actually did it, and potentially collaborating with the Hassan Orbiters in order to get at Ethan, doing all this shit anonymously, and finally they are getting exposed. Their names will be out there to the public because these lawsuits are obviously public filings. At least from what I understand, this is going to be a bit of karma, right? A bit of justice finally being enacted. And can I just say, say, how ironic is it? The audacity to cry now, saying that we need a protective order against Ethan. Oh my god, you literally run a snark account. You spend all your time on Reddit doing this fucking deranged activity and this type of weird stalking, and now you can't seem to handle the consequences of your own actions. You always thought that, okay, I'm an anonymous hater, nobody's gonna go after me. They're only gonna go after the creators, obviously. But finally, Ethan is coming out of the woodworks, making these people scared, letting these people know that you can't just get away with this type of demonic behavior. And as the famous saying goes, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. So then Ethan talks about the female Hassan Denims and how she's kind of screwed considering the judge literally realized what was going on.
So anyway, the judge basically denied their protective order and their quash, and also said something that's actually going to be pretty devastating for Denim's case. She said she didn't make a fair use distinction, but what she did say is that she believes that Denim's watch party was more of a hate-watching party, and with the intended purpose of trying to deprive us of monetary and rightful gains. So essentially,
how would the judge come to that conclusion?
She watched it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's because it's what Denim said it was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, got it. Right.
Yeah, she watched it. Yeah, she just looked at it.
Yeah.
Again, Denims refers to her stream as a watch party, and in my first legal victory against Matt Haas, the judge, in her opinion, explicitly states that she does not believe that watch parties are fair use.
Right.
And then Denims went and said, "I'm doing a watch party." It's almost like poetic how it all ties together. My first legal case, which is, precedent, is now informing my second one. Explicitly. But yeah, no, this is really bad for Denims because one of the main factors of fair use is essentially market replacement, right? And this judge, who's in the same district as Denim's judge, and they do not like going against each other. Damn.
Oh.
They don't. She believes that Denims was acting in bad faith, doing a market replacement. So not good. It's not good, not looking good.
Wait a minute, you're telling me that Denim's strategy did not work at all? Now, if you remember the last time we covered this, basically Denims was attempting to give the judge a summary of her reaction, right? She was basically saying, don't actually look at the stream, don't look at the videos, right? You don't need to see that, right? We have prepared a beautiful summary for you, and she basically came up with like this whole barcode of, hey, this is how much I reacted to the video, and you can clearly see that it is transformative, when obviously this doesn't mean shit.
And it shows here timeline of uninterrupted playback versus commentary pauses. And then each blue segment represents a commentary pause by Denims. Gaps represent uninterrupted playback of the content nuke. You can see all of the blue lines are me talking and reacting and pausing, and all of the gray/white is the original video. And the orange line in the middle shows when the end of the content nuke if it was played without interruption. And you can see my reaction time is more than double.
Yeah, so I remember saying something in that video in the lines of, hey, the judge is probably going to actually end up watching the video and not just blindly take your word for it, right? That's just not how the court works at all. And turns out that's exactly what happened. And I mean, you don't need to be a lawyer or a judge for this, because when you watch the Denim stream and you realize she said that she wanted to steal the video maliciously, taking away views from it, right? That is basically a straight up admission. That is an admission that, hey, I came to this bank to steal the money. Here I am taking the money.
If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
So yeah, she's completely fucked, and that's exactly how we imagined this going down. and serves her right as the female Hassan. Mrs. Kids can't form trauma at 3 years old, so therefore it's okay to traumatize them.
Create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
I mean, truly evil, evil people. So then Ethan talks about my favorite heavenly body. No, not Jupiter, you silly goose. Froggen, of course. Holy.
Their filing response was just like, in my opinion, extremely pathetic, and bad, legally bad, morally bad. Probably have an update on the Frogan one. People have been wondering what's like, that one's been MIA. Probably have an update soon. And then Denham's. I mean, so she filed a motion to dismiss on the pleadings, which in my opinion has close to 0% chance to succeed. We responded just last week. I encourage you guys to read it because it is absolutely devastating. But I will say her lawyers probably got at least $50,000 for that filing. That has pretty much 0% chance of success. So we wish her well. We do. And these are the same lawyers that represented Casey Tron, who, by the way, led her trial. So, love the representation you've got there, Denims, and we're having fun, aren't we, folks?
Ooh, no, 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 no. Minus $50,000 for the Hassan orbiters? So you're telling me they used up all of that money and they literally accomplished nothing? Oh, we love to hear that. We absolutely love to hear that. But don't worry, guys. Denims is going to be fine. She's obviously just going to double up on her OnlyFans. 50% discount. Yes, I used to sell my body for $5, but now you can get it for $2.5. Wonderful promotion, limited time. You know, just beg for more money on stream. You know, just pull a Frogan, start crying on stream, talk about how you need $500 on your skating accident, which was definitely you putting your hand in a cookie jar. Meanwhile, all these people get completely ignored by the one person who could easily save them, Hassan, with his millions and millions of dollars, but he refuses to even blink in their direction. I mean, Denims might actually start a third or fourth GoFundMe, you know, start some tirade, maybe cry about misogyny on Twitter, maybe scam a couple other people, get some more donations, talk about how Ethan is this Israel supporter. You'll probably get a couple suckers in there, and then all of that money will just end up going to Ethan anyways. And honestly, tell it to the judge. Quite literally. Just like anything you want to say, tell it to the judge. Because they ain't listening. People responded, I'm so excited to put a face and a name on the H3 Snark mods. I mean, you really shouldn't be, because they're going to be the most grotesque people that you've ever witnessed. Like, Ethan already exposed some of the deranged Hassan haters, right? There was the 37-year-old loser Gato who was living in his like parents' basement or something. Then there was the Hassan mod who was thirsting after high schoolers, and he's this 40-year-old fucking gooner weirdo. Like, all of these people just happen to share these sort of similarities. Excited to put a face and name on the H3 Snark mods. They got me banned for not following the agenda, and the reason for my ban was just jump. Can't wait to express my dissatisfaction to both them and their families. Reddit mods saying they're afraid for their lives and reputation is insane. They have no problem when they bring that stuff down on someone else's head with the telephone game rumors they post on there. Oh yeah, they just completely and utterly make up shit, right? And Hassan also feeds into these subreddits constantly, like referencing them, you know, collabing with psychos like Bad Empanada as well, just giving ammo to all these deranged lunatics. The finding out part of FAFO is being realized. Hard to defend yourself from malicious intent when you clearly stated your intent to be malicious live on stream. Denims and Frogan are going to get cooked. Ethan's post-IDubbbz betrayal arc has easily been the most chaotic and enjoyable thing to watch unfold on the internet for the last year-ish. He's dog-walking all of them. Yo, honestly, shout out Ethan. He's doing God's work here. I infer that Denims has hired decent lawyers who are using stalling tactics. Her position is untenable because she has already told us her intent. She should settle. Can't wait to rewatch this on the legendary series. Here we are. Here we are. Congratulations for making an appearance. Gonna celebrate this once his victory is completed. The fat Jabba Casey Tron. unfortunately still opening that mouth of hers, calling people incels every other sentence, except she can no longer on Ethan, and I'm sure that pisses her off. Oh yeah, she's going around insulting basically everybody else, but Ethan, she's a little scared. She's a little scared now, and you know, Ethan, out of the goodness of his heart, actually did forgive her. Now, she has not completed her obligations to Ethan from what I understand, but yeah, we should have expected her to never change, right? Everything she was saying was obviously just to get Ethan off her back, and I hope he goes all the way with Denims, right? Because she is particularly insufferable. Hopefully he doesn't puss out this time when one of them starts crying. Casey didn't learn shit from it. Dude, I mean, they try to gaslight him so much. They're like, oh my god, you're picking after these innocent women and they have no money and they're gonna lose everything. And then the second he lets up a little bit, you're all incels. You're all the worst people on humanity. We hate you. And then continues lying and bullshitting. Like, come on, man. Some of the Ethan Klein lawsuit filings are hilarious. The Reddit mods who didn't want their identities revealed filed a declaration. If his name ever became public, he would be prevented from being able to work ever again, and he might lose the support of his family. What in the holy mother of ever-living frick did you do in your capacity as a moderator for an anti-Ethan Klein drama subreddit that could possibly result in your family and friends abandoning you? Are you the guy who calls CPS and sends skulls to Ethan's house? I mean, that is like the assumption, right? Because why would your family ever abandon you for writing some mean things in a Reddit or whatever, unless it was particularly unhinged and the most psychotic shit, which I imagine it is, right? And in that case, obviously they should abandon you because you're a depraved individual. Man, I love it. I love this so much, dude. Redditors getting their dues. Moving on to Hassan, still crashing out over gamers and Pragmata. Bro has been stun locked on this for over a week now. Quick context, Hassan was calling gamers loser incels for wanting to start a family after playing the Pragmata game, which involved a wholesome father-daughter dynamic. And obviously this hits home considering he's 35, miserable, no family, no kids, projecting hard. So Hassan quote tweeted this tweet: Anita on the male gaming audience. Some male gamers with the deep sense of entitlement are terrified of change. They believe games should continue to cater exclusively to young heterosexual men with ever more extreme virtual power fantasies. Did she blame men for her own failures? And this is like a quote from several years ago. Now Hassan successfully gets rage baited and obviously does zero research. Gamergators in 2026, this did not happen in 2026, need to be put in re-education centers. Bro, what is with this guy and wanting to put anyone who disagrees with him in literal like re-education camps, bro? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you're the one calling everybody Nazis and you don't put people in camps. Yeah, gamer girls need to be put in re-education centers that we call vocational training centers to the foreign press. The entire Pragmata will boost birth rates discourse reminded how stupid and sad right-wing gamers are. Okay, so now it's right-wing gamers, of course. They need jobs, gym, and a girlfriend ASAP. First off, you don't have 2 out of 3 of these things, all right? We can say you go to the gym, but you know, the chemicals are debatable. They need jobs. You don't have a job, pal. You're a fucking streamer. And you need a girlfriend. I don't know if you're still with Valkyrie or whatever, but it seems like you guys broke up or whatever. So again, I don't know why you're always projecting, man. Like, you always want to shit on people who have things that you don't have. Like, I remember that clip from Smash JT when his daughter came in, and it was the most perfect rebuttal to anything Hassan could possibly say, because he would never be able to experience that joy in his life ever, because he's a self-obsessed narcissist, right? He can't imagine caring about another human being or, you know, regular gamers wanting to have that experience of starting a family, right? To him, it's all about me, my career, how to get more success, more money, all for me. And that's why he's gonna die a miserable, pathetic person. Fell for the trap of the hedonistic lifestyle. You need to be put in a labor camp where you get remedial English grammar lessons. Why do you type so pretentiously, but can't even bother to capitalize things? You don't engage in discourse, just in smug preening. You need to get a real fucking job. Why don't you have a master's? No, he has a communication degree from 13 years ago that he brings up at any chance he can get to brag about his educated background, to brag about how qualified he is to read tweets on fucking twitter.com. Better to be called a gamergator than getting paid by degenerate elites to dress like this. It's him in like this. Bro, this is a diabolical outfit. Re-education center sounds awfully fascist, pony boy. Bro, nobody thinks about the horse. Can you imagine the weight of carrying mini Froggen? Jobs. You've never worked a real job a day in your life, you fat little baby. Okay, do not call us out, Pika. Tubby. We've seen you on the pony with the ice cream, fat boy. Brother, your job is professional Okay, alright, like, people are getting pretty unhinged now. Hassan is triggered by Pragmata, Hamas Piker in the brothel of secrets. You know, I actually watched all the Harry Potter movies. This one must have been like a special edition. You mean gulags? You called it something else. Guess what color my panties are? Commie red. Hassan, find a wife who loves you and wants to procreate. Be with a woman who hates the idea of carrying your kids. I just want to be hot and young forever. Someone upset his girlfriend Valkyrie doesn't want babies. I mean, from the way she talks, she really seems to be single because I saw a clip of her talking about her ex or whatever. So I don't know, man. Is he talking about the prawn star? Is he still with the prawn star getting cucked? Is he actively getting cucked? Bro, give a call to iDubbbz then. Holy. Right, so Asmongold responded, explains why Hassan doubled down on his Pragmata take. Mad about a quote from 10 years ago.
I thought this was really funny. Anita Sarkeesian on Male Gaming Audience. And this is some tweet from Anita Sarkeesian from literally like 2015. Hassan gets reverse rage baited by this. And he makes he like retweets this. He goes, Gamergators in 2026 need to put in re-education centers. We will call vocational training centers to the foreign press. You actually got yourself mad about a quote from 10 years ago. You're getting yourself mad over that. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, this happened 10 years ago. And no argument there. Yeah, what does it even mean? He's doubling down. People like Hassan will never admit that they were wrong about anything, so they will always have to double down, even whenever they have a stupid opinion about something. And that's just what happens, because, and here's the reason why. The reason why they have to always double down, you'd think that it's because of ego. It's not because of ego, it's because their audience is stupid. So whenever the audience that blindly agrees with everything that you say agrees with something, then you come back and you say was wrong, then that means that the audience was wrong for agreeing with it, which means that the audience was stupid. So they don't want to have to do that. They don't want to look stupid for this. So they have to go and continuously keep having the same dumb opinion over and over. And sounds familiar? Yeah, I know. This is the role model? Yeah, it's just sad, man.
Dude, the fact that he thought it was a 2026 quote is hilarious. Hamas Diddy prediction, Pika. Back at it again. He's obviously looking for stuff to get mad at. That's like his entire worldview, which is why he keeps doubling down. Also, he just needs to keep up like the cult leader image, right? The cult leader can never be wrong. Otherwise, the cultists will start to lose faith. They basically need Hassan to always be right in every scenario ever. And I find it interesting that despite how much Hassan hates Trump, he really loves to copy his characteristics. Double down every single time, never admit you're wrong. I mean, damn bro, you call him Hitler, but you really seem to love copying him. Chank's nephew knows that he has the most regarded followers, and this is why he admitted that he hates them all. Funny thing is, he's only ever so slightly less regarded, so he's extremely frustrated, but just doesn't know why. Well, he's smart enough to be able to control those amount of regards, right? So he's just like one level above, you know? It's like the blind leading the blind, and it's just like a slightly smarter idiot. A grifter cannot say they are a grifter. Pretty simple. Oh my god, it's been a while. I missed you, Mr. Eric. Back at it again. Imagine being Asmongold, calling someone else's audience stupid. You forgot the English? When he has the dumbest fans who can barely string a sentence together. Brother, you got this sentence wrong. Calling someone else audience. Like, bro, how do you mess up in the very oh my god. At least you can double check. check or like edit it, who can barely string a sentence together without saying regod. You mean how a Hassan fan just creams their pants instead of commenting what he actually says? You're absolutely right, Eric. Oh, we got another one here. I was watching the video when I just said to myself that Hassan is looking great here. Top fit and the beard is on point. Hair looking so okay. And with the calm, rational dismantling of his detractors. No wonder this is the most discussed man in the Democratic Party these days. Holy glaze! Dan Clancy, is that you? I mean, this is professional. Professional rage bait. Nobody does it like Eric. Unsolicited opinion from online regards. Moving on to another Twitter user going viral for possibly the worst take known to man. Lizzie here says, I know this is unpopular, but it will always be unattractive for a grown man to play video games. Some women might be understanding or pretending like they don't care that you spend hours playing, but they do. It is extremely unattractive to women and will never not be. And she got ratioed into oblivion. I'm not saying this to attack men, by the way. I'm just speaking objectively. The statement that women find men unattractive for playing video games is entirely subjective, not objective. This user is not speaking objectively in any regard. All sense of rationality and reason goes away when the topic of men playing video games is brought up. Men turn into raging, irrational feminists over it. Needs to be studied. Read this, Are Gamers Giga Chads. Bro, we're not gonna read your dog shit article. I mean, I don't know why people are having this like regarded Hassan type take, right? I mean, I get it if it like consumes your life and you're addicted to it, but that's any addiction. Any addiction is unattractive, right? Any addiction that is destructive to your life is obviously going to be unattractive, but in healthy moderation, I mean, gaming is literally just another hobby. It's like watching TV shows or playing a sport. And personally, I think it's a very fun one. And I think most men actually find women who play video games more attractive because it's a shared hobby and something they can enjoy together. I know this is unpopular, but it'll always be unattractive for a grown woman to doom scroll social media. It's extremely unattractive to men. Dude, the thing is, like, everybody has, you know, some hobbies or whatever. It's like, if you're gonna be so judgmental and basically group everyone together, I mean, plenty of women love playing video games and love guys that play video games. I think it's awesome and cute when my husband enjoys himself and feels comfortable enough to relax playing video games. Stop trying to cause fights in healthy relationships. What? Where did I try to cause a fight? Oh my god, you're such a clown. I know this is unpopular, but it'll always be unattractive for a grown woman to dictate what a grown man does. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that in general, women find it unattractive. You're just wrong. You're literally just wrong. This is true for any hobby that doesn't directly benefit women. Not true. Fishing, hunting, building in the shed, playing sports, or even smoking cigars or drinking a beer, all 1,000 times more preferable over video games for most women. You can tell she's never played a video game in her entire life. Why the fuck would smoking cigars or drinking a beer be more attractive? Those are more destructive hobbies than video gaming. Like, what the fuck are you on about? Right, so Asmongold responded as well. Here's Rev covering it.
Now everyone's weighing in, including people like Asmongold, where he made this reply absolutely eviscerating, saying, the only women that need to compete for attention from men with video games are either fat, ugly, or annoying. Most of the time, all three. Imagine having Preston losing to an Xbox. Every guy knows there are girls you pause your game for, and girls you wouldn't. Gender assigning playing video games to men only while projecting your own views onto an entire demographic. This might be one of the worst tweets of all time. Like I said, I've covered countless bad takes from social media, but this one is not only bad, it's also just incredibly narcissistic. It has that main character syndrome where this person believes she speaks on behalf of all women and what they find attractive, and it's backfiring, okay? Both men and women are criticizing this. It's just a really bad take. Face of a woman whose husband waits 15 minutes in the car after work before going inside. I mean, hey, if he's gonna get judged for playing video games and told he's performing unattractive behaviors by playing video games and having hobbies, yeah, he might need 15 minutes to decompress and to prepare himself before he goes into his house.
I mean, yeah, people are basically gonna start shitting on you now, right? If you have a especially dumb take on the internet, especially Twitter, you're gonna get cooked. And honestly, it's not out of the blue, because if your husband can't enjoy his hobbies without being judged and hounded, then yeah, he's probably gonna be stressed out when he comes home, right? And I really don't understand why it's always like gamers are painted like the worst species on planet Earth. Oh, they achieve nothing in life, they're just the biggest losers. It is really this fucking Hassan mindset of they're all loser incels and they contribute nothing to society. I mean, I'm a gamer. I've played thousands and thousands of games my entire life. I absolutely love it, and I'd say I'm pretty successful. So, you know, it's like, it's not like, oh yeah, if you play video games, you're gonna dedicate your life to it, you're gonna get addicted, and you're basically not gonna accomplish anything in life. Like, this is not how it works, right? In my opinion, it actually shows that you know how to chill out, you know how to have fun, be more interesting, and life is, you know, stressful, right? Why not chill out a little bit, take your mind off things? Now, apparently, people started digging through her old tweets, and they found out she watches Slop TV.
That the same user, Lizzie, is talking about The Bachelor. Ah, yes, The Bachelor. And this person says, pipe down. You know, you can enjoy your reality TV slop, but heaven forbid your husband want to play some video games, because that's just icky. That's unattractive, that's embarrassing. But you can have your reality slop television. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro, there is no way you're saying video games are unattractive, a waste of time, and you're watching The fucking Bachelor. Please! Oh my god! I mean, this is like complete hypocrisy, right? My hobbies are okay, but not yours, right? Yours are lame and nerdy and unattractive. Mine are great, okay? We love the slop-ass TV. The idiots who say men should stop playing video games are the same people who would say we don't need men and then blow their car up trying to jump it. We can't game, we can't read, we can't collect, we can't work out, can't have friends, can't do anything anymore. This is freaking tiring. I play video games for a bit of escapism from the reality where this woman exists. I actually like having a hobby and not working constantly, so no, I won't stop. Men don't need to play games and then they spend hours scrolling through TikTok. Remember when we were kids and we heard the spiel, girls aren't supposed to play video games, that's a man's activity. And then that statement gets shunned, but now tweets like this surface. Double standard fatigue strikes again. Is this person getting their notes from a sound piker? Evidently so. Moving on to a Hassan Piker fan finally changing their mind about him shocking his dog. So, October 9, Hassan addresses the shock collar controversy by clearly showing that it's an AirTag with the vibration collar. Hope y'all get a job. We got this person, October 9, 2025. This was very obvious to anyone with 10 brain cells, I'm not gonna lie. 9K likes. Fast forward to today, they quote tweeted their own tweet, May 4, 2026. In hindsight, I was probably wrong about this. I think I was too lenient to human nature. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally done it. We have converted a Hassan Piker fan after 7-8 fucking months. Holy shit. I mean, this is what I hope for every Hassan fan. Holy shit, dude. How long did it take to see the truth? Oh my god. I mean, I'm not gonna rag on this person. Literally, congratulations. Congratulations for removing the blinders and finally seeing the truth. Apparently you had less than 10 brain cells though, according to your own tweet. So their echo chamber is trying to fight back here. No, you just decided to jump more clearly onto the Hassan is Hitler train because that's what all libtards are doing now. 0 likes. I mean, he has been way more willing to outright lie lately about things he knows is false, and I find that pretty bad. Also, he's been on an arc of just mocking people's appearances on Twitter and stuff, which I find bad for general discourse. I mean, wow. This is like watching a butterfly emerge, right? From the little shell. This is like watching Patrick in that one episode where the plug socket in his brain finally connects and he actually grows some brain cells. True, he does outright lie. True. I mean, I've become more annoyed with him recently too, but I'm not gonna suddenly pretend he shocked his dog, lol. Oh my god. Okay, we'll wait another 8 months, okay? Maybe in 2027, this person will finally come along because it really takes an inordinate amount of time to undo the brainwashing. Yeah, it's quite obvious it was a shock collar. Whether you used it in that moment is a bit more debatable. but 100% a shot call. I mean, of course he used it in that moment. Let's not even give this person more ideas, all right? You're gonna undo the 8 months again. So how many brain cells do you have? Less than 10, clearly. Okay. That's respectable. That's respectable. Why you changed your opinion? I'm very interested in this. Here, better pictures and more evidence available. People finding the exact model. That was literally weeks after. Actually, days after. I figured he wouldn't outright blatantly lie on stream about something that can be easily debunked. So, the Hassan Piker fan logic is Hassan would never lie because, like, how could he possibly lie about something that's been documented on camera? He wouldn't dare, right? Nobody with a platform that big would ever dare do that. Except you forget that he is literally that dumb. He is literally that much of a fucking idiot. Turns out that was a bad assumption. Yep, you got that right. Fair. Moving on to Hassan, once again trying to make a dog-shocking joke. We got Tom Cruise, Kay's Oprah with his lightning powers, and it's just a random gif. Hassan goes, me and Kaya. You're not in on the joke, man. No, you can't make a joke out of my cult's desperate attempts to cancel you, and it's like Destiny crying. Bro, what is this copium? Lamau ironically trying to make jokes about it. Get a new PR team, you dunce, and never reference it again, you freaking Raygard. There's real human beings walking and breathing on this planet that genuinely believe you electrocuted her. And you would too if you were a real human being. We even have Hassan Piker cultists actually changing their mind. And it took 8 months. Maybe it'll take you 8 years. Kaya shall rise one day. Surely. Animal abuse isn't funny and Kaya's not a prop for your failing stream. The Hassan excuse list wonderfully laid out. We got shock collars monthly. Ah, classic. Outro idea. Give us another philosophy speech. Us gooners must learn. Okay, first off, stop gooning. And second, you know, thing is, I'm really into philosophy. I actually wanted to make a whole channel about it, but I don't got time, so I gotta sprinkle it through videos. But okay, something I've been looking at recently is to live a peaceful life, right? And one thing I learned is that you must plant your flag. Constantly seeking approval from everybody is gonna be exhausting. Not everyone is gonna like you, and it takes a really long time to realize that. Plant your flag. Say, this is me, you know, this is who I am. Take it or leave it, you know? And then you'll find your people. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
It's like, then there are also fans of the Republican Party that are just like, what are you doing about it? Like, you're not even doing anything about it. They're just like tuning up their audience to try to take care of me, I guess. The journalist at the White House Correspondents' Dinner yesterday, do it refers to killing Trump. Yeah, they're also saying Taylor Lorenz is responsible. Are the reports of the shooter supporting the idea verified? No, they're not. It's fake. It's fake news. You can't be like, oh, the left is incredibly violent and dangerous when, one, most of the liberal elected representatives, even left representatives, are pretty chill with their rhetoric. Like, they are even too restrained from my estimations. I think they are unbelievably restrained for the most part.
Right, so according to Hassan, this is showing restraint. Assassinations are apparently restrained. So I wonder, like, what is the bad shit then, right? Hassan goes, no, your rhetoric is actually too mild. You need to be like me and explicitly call for murder, right? Also, I don't know how this guy has the audacity to say this after there were thousands and thousands of people openly celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. The people on the radical ends of these politics are obviously not restrained at all. They're completely unhinged lunatics. And somebody commented this in my comment sections, but the way they get around, like, the free speech thing is like, they say stuff like Nazis need to be shot, which is free speech, right? Then they say this person is a Nazi, which is also free speech. And then the translation is obviously X person needs to be shot, but you never actually say that. People just sort of implicitly connect the dots here, right? And you just repeat the first two lines, and the third is basically implied. Now, there are exceptions like Hassan, who are complete fucking morons and actually do just say it out loud, right? The K. Rick Scott type shit.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
But a lot of his peers will do this other thing of like, oh yeah, let's use the Nazi tactic, right? And I love his
what's up?
Just asking him like, always the like Israel related things. Surely the shooter is somehow related to Israel. Please, I need this to be Israel. Otherwise I can't sleep at night right now. Like, how is your life so one topic?
Well, I'm bored
man?
at
Holy
home,
shit.
so.
They probably lose it at video game and then slam the PS5 going like, yeah, fucking Israel again, huh? Anyways, the ulting continues.
I gotta turn on the AC,
trouncing
it's a little
Israel,
hot in here.
He's now saying Ethan and Destiny. He's blaming them. I mean, only a couple more left. Asmongold, slop tubers.
Also, while there is this like obvious political football taking place between the Republicans trying to blame the entire left and like saying, oh, Hassan is the most violent person that's ever existed, there are also people who are using this as an opportunity to entertain their favorite content creators' personal grievances, like Ethan Klein, you know, IDF's strongest soldier, Ethan Klein, and his community on Reddit, the Sex
Oh my God.
Destiny as well, in his community. They're all using this as an opportunity while, you know, presenting themselves as liberals and centrists. They're also pushing this right-wing line, this right-wing narrative.
I mean, brilliant move. If this was chess, you get that fucking brilliant thing there. So, criticizing Hassan is now officially a right-wing narrative. I mean, brilliant defense right here. I mean, what the fuck do you even do at that point? Because he's somehow made any criticism at him directed as just like right.
Dude, Hassan is the Onision of
He
Twitch.
thinks all right-wingers are fascists. He is like.
Dude, he's Onision 2.0.
Whatever. I mean, he doesn't even call himself a liberal. He calls himself a fucking radical lefty or whatever. But basically, the moral of the story here is never say anything bad about Hassan, or he will brand you as right-wing. Whether it be Ethan, Destiny, anyone, explicit lefties, obviously left-wing people, they are now put in the same bucket as the fascist Nazis. And this is why nobody takes Hassan seriously. He's just explicitly lying. He's just blatantly lying because he wants to discredit his critics. So then he starts crashing out at liberals. He calls everybody idiots, and he says that they're gonna put them in concentration camps.
Not realizing that that is going to snap back on them as well. This administration is a fascist administration. They make no distinction between your statements that are anti-Trump as well and my statements. You're an idiot for leaning in to this admin. You're an absolute moron, and you are gonna get your comeuppance just like I will, okay? If I'm going to the camps, you're gonna be there by my side. I hope you understand that. You're a moron, okay? Lock in. If you are a liberal right now and leaning into this ridiculous narrative, the idea that the left is so violent, oh, this is Hassan guy, we gotta get him out of here, you're a short-sighted, self-defeating, fascist collaborator who does not understand that they are presenting this as a false frame, a false narrative.
Of course, if you criticize Hassan, you're a fascist collaborator. That's a new one. That's a new buzzword. You're collabing with the fascists. You're doing a sponsored segment right now, bro. Dude, the way he dances around this is so funny. He basically tries to tie any criticism to him to like a million bad causes. It's if you criticize Hassan, you support Israel. If you criticize Hassan, you're homophobic or something. You're right-wing Nazi. It is so pathetic. And this is like an interesting strategy he's using of fear-mongering, right? Basically saying, oh, first they come after me. You know, I'm the leader, Hassan Viker. They first come after me, and then they go after the entire left, right? They put the entire left, they put half the country in concentration camps, right? And the fact of the matter is, this is completely false, obviously. Hassan is the only one getting arrested because he's the only one with the murder clips, right? The rest of the people are not out there threatening actual violence. I
It's
think
just a matter of time before Hassan starts playing the, they really want to come after you, I'm just in the way.
You better support me now. You better support Hassan right now, or they're gonna arrest me, and then they're gonna arrest all of you. But no, you're the only one who threatened murder. You're getting locked up. Now, a couple other people might be getting locked up, like Destiny, for example, who has also threatened this sort of thing.
I'm ready for the great cleansing, dude.
What cleansing?
When we decide conservatives in this country.
Are you gonna be on the streets with your Glock?
Maybe. I gotta go back to Nebraska and grab it.
But yeah, people like Ethan are probably totally fine. But of course, Hassan wants everybody to believe that this is some apocalyptic event. Trump is 1 second away from locking up every single person, and Hassan is the last bastion, right? He is fucking Hodor from Game of Thrones, right? Holding off the White Walkers or whatever the fuck they were called. Then Hassan crashes out at liberals, calling them very stupid, saying how this is now Nazi Germany. You can't make this shit up. This guy fucking ranting 10 hours a day on his stream. Apparently this is Nazi Germany and they're shutting down his speech. Genuinely ill.
Never forget how immediately after Charlie Kirk's assassination, Destiny stated that we need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed. When they go to events, the left consistently calls for us to be killed/hurt, and then cheer when we're killed. Wake up to where we're at. They're so stupid. They're unbelievably stupid. Right-wingers have been using the Destiny subreddit like a breeding ground to create a narrative that the left is unbelievably violent. These stupid liberals, these self-described stupid liberals who consistently collaborate with the right, by the way, so I don't even think they're actual liberals, they end up giving an opportunity to the right to make a coherent argument, to make a consistent, coherent narrative that's ultimately inconsistent because they're still right-wingers, obviously. It won't stop with me. It won't start with me. It won't stop with me. These people don't understand it.
Yeah,
think,
stick with Hassan for the incoherent
eliminate
narratives.
Cult leader's least favorite content creator. I'll fight this war. This is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany as well. First they came for the communists. Remember? This is total mental illness.
Nazi Germany. Okay, first off, Hassan, if this was Nazi Germany, do you think you'd be allowed to talk about how you want to murder all capitalists and landlords? Do you think you'd be allowed to hint at assassinating the president? If this was actually Nazi Germany, you would be in a dungeon for the rest of your life. You wouldn't be allowed to continue to stream. And you know this. You know this is not like Nazi stuff because you are speaking so openly, so freely. You wouldn't be able to stream to a bunch of ridiculous terrorist radicals. This guy keeps fucking having this like alien threat of the Nazis are coming after me. Oh my god. I don't know, man. These are some pansy Nazis if they're letting Hassan get away with all the shit. Like, he's the first person you would go after, right? And you don't even have to be a Nazi to go after Hassan, obviously. Like, any sane person would lock this guy up. And he's such a LARPer. Like, he doesn't believe a word out of his mouth here. He knows it's bullshit. He's purposely exaggerating a bunch so that it riles up his community. Oh my god, we're fighting the Nazis. We're the good guys. And you cannot tell me this guy doesn't have terminal main character syndrome. He really thinks everybody is so stupid. He is the only genius in the world. All liberals are dumb. They don't see the master plan, right? Only I, Hassan, master of knowledge itself, reader of 1 million tweets, most educated man alive with his degree from 1944, PhD in bro tips. Only Hassan actually sees what's going on. Everybody's getting duped. We need to give Hassan a prize. The biggest regard in history to ever exist. This is like a greater honor and more rare than the Nobel Peace Prize, right? A bunch of people have won the Nobel Peace Prize, but only one can be the biggest regard in all of human history. And Hassan Piker wins. Like, legitimately, I've never seen it. Have you guys ever seen anyone more ridiculous than this man? It's actually crazy. He's breaking the regard barrier. Totally never seen before. Oh my god. We are witnessing history. So then he gets mad at his chat because they point out that he keeps changing his title and his importance. You know, one day he's a Twitch streamer. One day he's a full-on revolutionary. He's fighting the Nazis. He's fighting Nazi Germany.
Are you just simply a Twitch streamer or a public figure? I think there's a big difference between those two definitions. How do you square that? No, there isn't. A Twitch streamer is a public figure. I've never said I'm not a public figure, but there's a distinction between a public figure and the mother president, okay? There's a distinction between a public figure and the entire right-wing media machine. I am a political commentator. I'm one person. I'm a political commentator with a perspective that's not commonly shared by the overwhelming majority of mainstream anchors. I'm a political commentator who is a public figure that is on the left, that is not within the neat confines of acceptable speech in mainstream news. My point was Hassan leans on I'm just a Twitch streamer as a crutch. What is the point that you're making? Like, what's the argument here? Take some accountability. Is that what you're gonna say? Is that your argument? You have the entire right-wing media ecosystem actively trying to foment death against someone like myself, and you're over here being like, take some accountability, take your medicine, please.
There's just no way. There's no way he's being serious. He says foment death. Brother, that's you. Play the clip. I don't care how many times we have to play these clips until this fucking guy gets it through his head, bro.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Apparently, this is not fomenting death, guys. Wow, hilarious. Also, for the record, and I've said this literally 50 times, I condemn all violence against Hassan Piker forever, okay? Until the end of time. I think you're a disgusting freak if you engage in any political violence, right? I don't care if you hate the person, you think they're the worst thing ever. That is not how society should operate on vigilante justice or assassinations or whatever. I think it's disgusting. I think it's a breakdown of society, and that's why I'll always condemn it. Unlike Hassan here, who goes, murder those, like, he's just crazy. He's crazy. He's psychotic, okay? I simply want the law to apply to Hassan Piker. I want the rules to actually apply, whether it be fucking Twitch, TOS, or whatever else. I want something to actually be enforced against this Nepo baby piece of shit. Nothing more, nothing less. So then Hassan starts completely losing it, saying that he's gonna end up in a concentration camp and essentially arrested.
Like, I don't know what to say, man. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? The former deputy director of the FBI is on Fox News literally saying, like, Hassan is the reason why this attempt happened. And you're over here being like, don't cover the news. This is the news. What do you want me to do? See you in the goddamn concentration camps. All right, buddy? We're all going there. If you don't lock the f in.
Hassan Piker, happy as always. He's not miserable, guys. He's flourishing. This is the happiest man alive. He is thriving. Bro has completely lost it. Lock in, guys. Come on. Come on, my minions. My cockroach bots. Please assemble and defend me. Please try to ratio all my haters on Twitter. What are you doing? You're not fighting hard enough. They're going to lock me up. He's actually terrified now. He's actually so scared. And that's why he's trying to tie in the entire left with this. He's trying to go that, oh yeah, if they go after me, they're gonna go after everybody, which is just not the case, right? He is an individual on his own island here, right? I can't believe he's crying. Like, this is just the consequences of your own actions, bro. He goes, they're gonna put me in the camps. I'm gonna be Johnny Somali picking cabbages. Yeah, unlucky, Hassan. Maybe you shouldn't have threatened murder, bro. That's a you problem for being psychotic. So then Hassan finally does one decent thing, and he admits that the shooting is not a false flag after spending an entire day convincing his audience that it is a false flag, and his entire comment section echoing this sentiment.
You know, I'm going to always be honest with you. Yeah, I think the likelihood that, you know, a Kamala supporting blue sky centrist liberal was actually tapped by the president so that he could, you know, do a psyop, a fake false flag attack, so he could try to boost his approval ratings and then simultaneously justify building the ballroom and maybe even potentially justify crackdowns on leftist thought, leftist speech is a little silly in comparison to the likelihood that this dude just snapped in one of the most violent countries on the planet with access to an arsenal of weapons and wanted to take matters into his own hands. I think that it's a little bit of a stretch. Having said that, will I get in the way of the unbelievable amount of conspiracy? Well, sucks to suck, Republicans. You built your bed, now sleep in it.
Wow, Hassan Piker being honest for the first time in his damn life. He finally admitted that it's probably not a false flag. The clearly left-wing guy who hates the current right-wing president actually tried to kill him. Wow, this is so far-fetched, guys. This is so far-fetched. I mean, I guess respect for actually admitting that to your moronically lobotomized audience who is spamming, like completely spamming every single comment on that last video was that it's a false flag, right? There was literally a comment saying, when I say false, you say flag. I mean, you might actually get canceled for this, for not supporting the theories. Also, side note, what is the deal with Kaya, bro? Like, why does she have that light on her? Doesn't she need, like, darkness to sleep or something? Is this a Mr. Beast challenge where the lights are always on and you got that fucking psychological doctor there so you can film her for content, make sure your audience, you know, always can see her? Surely that's gotta be annoying, right? I don't know, I'm just guessing. Maybe it's like a heat warmer thing? Is that like a legit thing? I have no idea. But like, damn, dude, let her sleep. By the way, just to show how much of a LARPer Hassan is, this was him just like a while back.
Will you get an updated Zintin? Yeah, instead of this fight Zintin, I need to get a new one that is updated for this new attempted, possibly Frank shooting.
Cole Thomas Allen.
Possibly fake shooting. Wow, okay. And now he admits that, well, actually, I don't even think that. I logically think that it is probably very real, right? After
He has to go with the popular narrative, or what he thinks is the popular narrative.
Theories, you're just not a responsible person. You say that you're trying to report the truth. You never knew. You're a piece of shit. You're always trying to do propaganda. The truth is damaging to your agenda. Right, here we are in the makeshift black hole, the Hassan Piker comment section. No, Hassan, we are Tran-Tifa. This is referring to the Trans Antifa thing. Be safe, Commander Piker. Brother, you're 13 years old. You guys are not revolutionaries. What the hell? Charlie Kirk has been strangely quiet on this attempted assassination. You guys are like really disgusting, like super vile people, man. Like, what kind of a comment even is this? It's really shameful. I'm getting really tired of social commentators being treated with more scrutiny than the most powerful people on the planet. You think Hassan Piker is treated with more scrutiny than Donald Trump? Are you fucking stupid or something? Like, the amount of copium, bro. You're just mad that your goat is washed. People think that the left has a leader demonstrates their absolute lack of understanding what the left is. Are you implying that Hassan is the leader of the left? Are you fucking kidding me? The new Tran-Tifa commander. Most of the internet says it's a false flag anyway. Bro, your goat admitted it's not a false flag. Like, you have to give some level of justification for it. This is genuinely insufferable. Like, I know people are just gonna say whatever, but it's like, what pisses me off is like, there's no logic behind it at all. It's just say whatever you want for the agenda, right? It's like nobody bothers to look at the evidence or research into the story at all for even 5 minutes, or they do and they ignore it anyways, which is like sort of more likely here. Even Hassan admits that he knows it's not a false flag, but he purposely perpetuates the story because he knows it's beneficial, right? Me looking at Kaya for 23 minutes, were you waiting for Hassan to shock her? It's a shame that a Twitch streamer has more morality and honor than most of the politicians in office. Morality and honor?
Do you even have your balls remaining, or did a fucking IED explode them for you, dumbass? Shut the fuck up.
Are you fucking... Were you dropped as a child? Hassan is a mother flipping tank, absorbing all the attacks from their DPS and giving our low-level players get in some heals. Gotta back him up while he's taking the aggro. Yeah, this is hilarious that you're talking in gamer speak. You know what he thinks about gamers, right? He thinks you're a loser incel. Also, don't call him a tank because that's basically calling him fat, and you know what happens when you call Hassan fat. They coordinate using messaging apps for outrage messaging. They are paid propagandists. Hassan is a free propagandist, admittedly.
I'm a propagandist. Well, no,
For the record.
no, I'm not calling
I'm a
it propaganda.
Divided we fall when Hassan calls every liberal a fucking idiot. He goes, and then his fan base goes, "Why aren't the liberals supporting me?" Like, bro. Anyways, Asman responded talking about how assassination culture will eventually lead to mass surveillance. Asman predicts a Minority Report China-like speedrun for the US if assassination culture continues without government intervention.
Anyway, I'm so tired of everything being locked up in stores. Yes. Well, can you imagine if everything is locked up, period? Like your entire world is locked up. Like whenever you go to certain websites, you get warnings. Whenever you do something or you make a post on the internet, you have people coming to your house to do like wellness checks on you. Can you imagine, you know, if you're driving in a way that's erratic, it's being sent to a corollary database that, you know, like aggregates every single piece of data that they've, extracted and exhumed from your body. And then they're using this to create a risk score so they can minority report you into prison before you do anything wrong or before you do anything. That is the result of assassination culture. That is the final action of it. And if you want my most conspiracy brain take, it's not that Trump let this happen for the ballroom. It's that the government has been allowing these tensions to rise so they can allow an age of surveillance and control that has never been thought of. And this will be more surveillance, more control, more oppression than any other government and any other time in the world. It will. And if this keeps up, guarantee it. That's what's going to happen. You are speed running China.
Right, so basically he's saying that society is going to become like Detroit Become Human, right? Where you have like a risk level. It's going to become like that anime Psycho Pass. I don't know if you guys have watched that goated anime, where you basically have like this Q level, and it's your stress level and like a bunch of other things. And there's like a AI overlord that anticipates if you're going to commit a crime, and then it fucking cooks you before you even have the opportunity to do that, right? You're just branded a criminal based on your stress levels and shit like that. And obviously there's a bunch of problems with it. It doesn't work all the time. There are a bunch of like anomalies who are unaffected, and they go on like mass murders and shit. But yeah, I really feel like assassinations give the perfect excuse to execute mass tyranny, right? Ironically, this is complaining about the Nazis putting you in concentration camps, and yeah, exactly what he's doing will lead to the new Nazis, because obviously this is nothing yet, right? Otherwise this guy would be in prison already. If you just paid attention in Hollywood, you would always know this was coming. Art imitates life, life imitates art always. Right, so Hassan has now officially responded to his interview that is getting him canceled absolutely everywhere, where he justifies robbery and murder. Hassan proclaims peak Hasanabi derangement syndrome. Of course, everyone is just crazy. Everyone is just deranged. He's done nothing wrong.
These comments keep you out of the news cycle, that I'm happy. No, the problem is we've officially reached Hasanabi derangement syndrome, which means that everything that I say on this broadcast as a fucking joke will be used against me, against everyone, against your grandmas, okay, against everybody. Like anything that I say on any podcast appearance or on this broadcast will and be used against me. It's official. We are now full-blown in Hasanabi derangement syndrome in mainstream news. We went from Hasanabi derangement syndrome in like the commentary sphere, and right as the commentary sphere had started shifting in the way that they perceive me, okay, we moved on. Right as the commentary sphere was like, yeah, maybe this guy's not the fucking evil psycho that we presented him as. We turned around, and now the entirety of the fucking mainstream is doing it. This is from the National Review, by the way. Hassan Piker is the enemy. When I dared do another podcast, this time the New York Times Opinions podcast. You know, I had some takes on the ethics of theft, whether I care for it or not. I cracked some jokes, which was, of course, unacceptable.
Right. It's just Hasanabi derangement syndrome. People are just nuts, guys. Why could they possibly hate me? I have no idea, guys. It's not like I'm a popular live streamer who says the most unhinged shit humanity has ever heard. Also, what is this complete fan fiction this guy made up? He says, oh, the commentary sphere was shifting about Hassan. Excuse me, who the fuck? Like, we're on episode 300, buddy. Like, we didn't stop. We're not slowing down at all. I mean, maybe it's because I took one day off because of my swollen gums. Bro thought I'm done. Bro thought it's over, right? I left for one day and he's like, they're done. They're done. They've stopped talking about me. I have won. No. We got plenty more where that goat came from, all right? This series is crossing One Piece. Also, keep in mind what he said. He said, I just cracked some jokes, right? This is going to be his new quote in this video. He says that he was joking. You don't get it. When he said that he was okay with people committing crimes and stealing and robbing banks and justifying murder, it was all jokes, right? He was actually kidding about the capitalists as well. He was kidding about Rick Scott. He was kidding about the death threat on Twitter. He's a jokester. You just don't get his humor. He's a real comedian.
Would you steal a book from the library? Never.
No.
Would you steal from the Louvre?
Yes.
I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but would I cheer on every news story of people that I see doing it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that, like bank robberies, right? Stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000th new cryptocurrency scheme that people are engaging in.
Like, this was endlessly discussed. It's so obvious that I'm joking. It is unbelievable. I'm the socialist Ayatollah, and every word that comes out of my mouth, these centrists and the right-wingers, they treat it like I'm the socialist Ayatollah. I'm the Ayatollah of woke socialism, and I'm delivering another hadith, a fatwa. I'm delivering a fatwa. Everyone needs to interpret everything I'm saying super seriously. To that, I always have to go back to and say,
legalize comedy. Oh, okay, of course. So it was a joke, guys. So the statement that he made, completely in line 100% with his ideology. The statement that he made, that he's literally stood by in the past and said before, literally justified stealing in the past. The statement that in this very interview, he continues to double down while answering every question completely seriously. That was actually a joke, guys. Hassan, you lying fucking Rhaegar, you specifically state that you would steal from, these sort of rich companies, but not from Zoran Mamdani's government, right? Were you joking about that? Or are you actually trying to have some nuance in your position there? You specifically clarify that you wouldn't steal from like a small business or anything and only rich people because you're such a good guy, right? And you clarify because you're serious. You're not actually joking. Bro, this is that one meme again. I was only pretending to be regarded. So let me guess. The part where you justify murder, that was a joke as well, guys. When you meticulously explain what social murder actually is and why the assassination is understandable and justified, yeah, it's all a joke, actually.
Is that they did take that joke seriously as well. They don't have a problem with throwing shoplifters in prison. Yeah, I just I don't really give a shit about people stealing from big corporations. Like, people make it seem like this is the most consequential ethical dilemma. I feel like there's bigger problems that we just don't address. My argument here is just saying I don't do it, and I talk about it in a little bit, or I was like, I can't do it, I can't steal at all, there's no way that I can do it. And personally, I just don't care all that much. I feel like there are larger systemic problems at play here. Theft is ripping apart the social contract. And it happens as a consequence of the social contract being ripped apart. Things like that happen. I wrote about this on the New York Times, ironically enough, in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. But these kinds of violent actions are born out of the unlimited violence that we dish out, our culture of ultra violence, but then also they happen all the goddamn time because people are losing their minds, because people are just like, this doesn't work anymore. Because here's the framework, right? The rich don't play by the rules, so why should I? My point is, the rich don't play by the rules. We should focus on that. That's always my point, right? And people only focus on the why should I part. And it's like, I personally follow the rules. I'm always following the rules. I mean, there are certain instances where I think the rules are silly and stupid, like IP, patents, whatever. But for the most part, I follow the rules.
Of course. So Hassan goes, it's a joke, guys. But also, this is why the joke is true. I can't with this fucking guy, bro. Says something completely unhinged, gets backlash. It's actually a joke. I was just joking all the time. But wait, I was actually right as well, and this is why I was right, and this is why it's not a joke. By the way, I love the Hassan Piker chat because they really just have the best takes. So they pointed out that, these guys are so unhinged, they're okay with throwing shoplifters in prison. I mean, if you steal, you should go to jail. I mean, what the fuck? That's not a controversial take. He's like, look at these savages. Look at these absolute barbarians. They want to throw shoplifters in prison. Yeah, man, it's all okay until somebody steals from you, right? Oh, you can steal from that guy and that other guy. But when somebody breaks into your home, takes your fucking iPad, your iPhone or whatever, or steals your food, then suddenly, well, let me call the police. Let me call the fascist Nazi police, right? To hunt down this fucking dude who stole from my house. The amount of hypocrisy is just insane from these people. Now click this video because chances are you're happier than Diddy Piker here, and that's a reason to smile. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Think about the famous photos of history and what comes to mind. Well, today we're going to take you through a selection of some of them. These are among the world's most recognizable photos which gained renown, acclaim, or most often notoriety, either immediately after they were published or through the long passage of time. You might well recognize many of them, as well as the circumstances they represented. But what you might not know is just what became of the individuals either featured in or otherwise connected with the photos. And just a warning though, the follow-up story in many cases isn't a particularly nice one. Some of these photos came with partially known, often tragic follow-up consequences, which is what we're going to describe to you today. You've been warned, let's jump in. The Vulture and the Little Girl. So yeah, we promised you that this list would not entail particularly nice subject matter. Well, The Vulture and the Little Girl was an image published in the New York Times in 1993. The photo itself could not have been more distressing. It depicted an emaciated, famine-stricken little boy, long believed to be a girl, who had collapsed to the ground in rural Sudan, with a hooded vulture looking on from nearby. So for context, Sudan was undergoing an enormous famine, leaving communities entirely dependent on aid provided by Operation Lifeline Sudan, a group of UN agencies. The child in the picture was later identified as Kong Nyong, believed to have been about 14 years old at the time, although he could have been mistaken for much younger, likely due to his extreme level of malnourishment. He had collapsed from hunger on his way to receive aid at a UN food station in the area. Kong Nyong ultimately survived the ordeal, making it to the station in the town of Ayod. It is believed that the cameraman who took the image chased the hooded vulture away. When the image was released on the 26th of March 1993, it caused a global sensation. The New York Times released the photo with the caption reading, "A little girl, weakened from hunger, collapsed recently along the trail to a feeding center in Ayod. Nearby, a vulture waited." Multiple aid organizations and magazines later republished the picture, and it became the basis of an enormous public drive to send money to aid organizations operating in Sudan. So, at least there's that. With that said, this success also contributed to a rather controversial practice, aid agencies relying on images of suffering children to entice international support. This trend was sometimes called compassion imagery or poverty porn, and led to debates about ethical boundaries for NGOs and journalists, especially around stereotyping, consent, and dignity in representation. But what made The Vulture and the Little Girl especially harrowing was not only the harsh story presented by the image itself, it is also what became of the man behind the camera, South African photographer Kevin Carter. Carter won the Pulitzer Prize for feature photography for the image in 1994. He also received recognition for other work, such as famous pictures he took at a race rally in his native South Africa that same year. But the photographer himself could not overcome the horror he'd witnessed during his photo campaigns. He was deeply traumatized by his experiences in Sudan, where he'd seen children succumb to the effects of malnutrition. He was further affected by his experiences back in South Africa. Amidst the political upheaval of 1994, his close friend and colleague, Ken Oosterbraak, was shot and killed by members of South Africa's National Peacekeeping Force. Carter developed a drinking problem and struggled financially, and as The Vulture and the Little Girl gained prominence, he was also hounded by accusations that he did not do his utmost to immediately assist the child in the photo. Such accusations only got worse with the prominence garnered by his Pulitzer win in April 1994. Only 4 months after being awarded the prize, Carter died by his own hand of carbon monoxide poisoning. He was 33. Kong Nyong apparently survived the ordeal that day in rural Sudan, but he was no longer alive by the time he was identified as the subject of the image in 2011. His father claimed that he'd died of a fever in 2007, at which point he would have been about 28 years old. Marine Wedding. In October 2006, photographer Nina Berman captured a striking and tragic photo of a wedding in rural Illinois. In it stood a badly disfigured American soldier wearing the dignified blue dress of the US Marine Corps next to his recently married young bride. The photograph was featured in People magazine and quickly circulated in newspapers, blogs, forums, anti-war discussions, photography exhibitions, and later social media. With time, it became one of the most well-known visual indictments of the Iraq War ever captured. The groom was 24.
Now, Theo Vaughn, let's go! Rep Thomas Massey! And then he lost. Terrible day for Theo Vaughn, honestly. Just absolutely miserable. It's really sad. It's really sad, honestly, that we have like these comedians, and I like Theo Vaughn. I think he's a funny guy. I think he has a good heart and stuff, and I think he's been manipulated by like the internet blackmailing, and honestly, I just think he's not very intelligent, honestly. And he's falling for like all the shit. Alright, so this dude is talking about how Theo Vaughn's just spiraling.
Alright, so Joe Rogan continues to be worried about Theo Vaughn's mental health and him spiraling out of control. He brought this up recently during a podcast, and the clip went viral, and then Theo felt the need to address it. Like,
Oh boy, this is gonna be a shit show. Lock in, everybody. I cover all the things every day.
Rogan brought up Theo bombing his Netflix taping last year because afterwards Theo said, "I'm just trying not to take my own life." So everybody started freaking out about it. But I think he said he was just joking and people took it too seriously, even though he admits he was going through it because he was trying to get off antidepressants. And he was caught up in some controversy, and like DHS posted a video using a clip.
You're telling me that this is the guy that's talking about politics? It's so sad, man. It's so, why can't comedians just be comedians, you know?
Of him, which he got a ton of backlash for from the left. Then he told him to take it down, then he got a ton of backlash from the right. And also Mark Maron made that joke in his special about how Theo would do a podcast with Hitler, which Rogan claims caused him to start spiraling. So now whenever Theo's on Rogan's podcast, Rogan seems really concerned that he's losing it and antidepressants are making it worse. But a few months ago, when Theo was on there, he kept talking about how he's been on antidepressants since high school and he really wants to get off them, but it's too difficult.
Whenever they introduced antidepressants, that
But
changed.
don't worry, he endorsed Thomas Massey.
It's like the cognitive therapy side of things, like in therapist office, it totally revolutionized, like industrialized therapy, and it ruined a lot of people, I think. Like one of my
Straight facts.
goals is to get off of antidepressants completely, man. I want to feel how I'm supposed to feel, so I can have thoughts and actions.
Look, antidepressants help some people for sure, absolutely, but they are weaponized. All right, Big Pharma is getting people to push it, which is why Democrat policy put antidepressants everywhere. All right, listen, I will not lie to you. Every single TV show talks about antidepressants like they are literally the fucking savior. All right, antidepressants, son of God. You know, like that's how it's talked about in every single TV show. It's like, and I was going through it, and it was so bad, and then he took antidepressants, everything's amazing. It's like, it's really tiring how this infinite propaganda machine is designed to drug our people, in my opinion, to psyop us and control.
Where's Home Slice at? Here he comes.
That like.
I think 90%
Where you at, G?
of antidepressants don't need to be.
Hold up.
Me feel connected to the world. That shit makes you feel dead, man.
So why did you take them in the first place?
Because I was in a bad relationship 20 years ago, and I was having a tough day at school, and they gave me.
That's right. That's called child grooming. The left loves that, by the way. That's their favorite thing.
To me, and then I never got off.
Really?
Because when you get off, I think we talked about this once. It's hard.
Yeah, it makes you more depressed, more fucked up, and you're all imbalanced, and you probably are addicted to them.
Yeah. And so like that's one of my goals is, and I noticed like for me, I've been taking like methyl blue. I've been doing some things like, and I'm working with a doctor to help me, but I'm gonna get there, and I'm just gonna start to take the power back of myself more.
Also during this podcast, there's this clip that went really viral, and Joe got a ton of shit for it, where he told Theo he's losing his marbles after he started freaking out about everything going on in the world. Like, this looked really bad on Joe's part, but afterwards, when the clip started making the rounds, Theo came out and defended Joe and said he's been really supportive and he's grateful for him.
It's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helped.
It is crazy how people fell into the black pill spiral and actually believe this. I'm telling you, it's like, it's the low IQ position. It really is. And it's so sad watching the PSYOP work on these people. Under Trump, right now, we have net negative migration for the first time in my lifetime, in your lifetime. Like, hello, this is the thing that everyone voted for. If, honestly, that was the only thing promised to us, and Trump became president, and it happened, we would call it a glaring success. He just promised more than that. All right, he promised mass deportations, which did not happen yet, unfortunately. And hopefully they will, and they probably won't, and hopefully we will be able to elect an even more radical guy to actually do that shit next time. All right, but that's how it works. Things move incrementally. The Overton window shifted dramatically. They just signed a bill in Congress today, stopping grooming children into this trans garbage. At the time of recording this just happened 5 hours ago. U.S. passed legislation to stop the transgender indoctrination of our kids in school nationwide. This happened 5 hours ago, by the way. Okay, so this whole idea, and also this is also a blow to the trans community. We're starting to file legislation to bring back hangings. Trans people in absolute shambles. It's absolute. One of the most transphobic rules I've ever heard is bringing back hangings for pedophiles. I can't believe it, honestly. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free Cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call of the Dragons on Free Cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you can click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
Helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel, and they're using it to fucking genocide.
All of our money. 0.001% of our money goes to Israel. All of our money. Again, I'm against it, all right? I feel like I have to say this every single time. But the hyperbole is insane. We spend 20 times on NATO what we spend on Israel, and we get fucking nothing from NATO. Zero, all right? At least we get something from Israel. We get nothing from NATO, all right? For the record, all right? We spend so much more on all the socialized bullshit, the social services garbage here, all right? Like, it's an insane, myopic, low IQ way of thinking. I'm not even blaming Theo Vaughn for this specifically. The entire ecosystem is so followed by really radical, loud voices that are retarded and have no evidence. All right? Like, again, I am against all foreign funding. I don't want it. We spent more money on the Ukraine war than we spent on Israel in history of the country. All right? But no one wants to actually put this shit into perspective ever. All right? I'm against foreign aid. Yes, that includes to Israel. But like, can we put this into perspective for a second, please?
People, it's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out, and it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
Your religious leaders.
I gotta get you up on that antidepressant, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I do have to pee in a little while, but
you can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is
They
shit
won't
that I
let
hear
you
from
Canada. They won't let you pee until you give them your guns.
So you'd think after all the backlash Joe got for this, you'd avoid talking about Theo's mental health, especially when Theo's not there. But then last week during an episode, Joe and Marcus King were talking about antidepressants, and Joe brought up Theo wanting to get off of them and how he's been spiraling ever since his Netflix taping, and he's worried about Theo taking his own life. He was pretty dramatic about it, which if he's that worried, I don't know if publicly talking about
That's
it like this is
pretty
gonna help.
stupid.
But maybe since Theo is really open about it and taking antidepressants.
No, that's an L move, bro.
Health problems, Joe thought it'd be fine.
Yeah, Theo Vaughn's going through the exact same thing. And last time he was on the podcast, he was explaining it to me. It freaks me out because I know Theo's had conversations before, like even publicly. He had a Netflix taping, and it didn't go well. It was like they shelved it. They never used it. And there was all these stories from people that were there saying he bombed. I think he just had kind of a breakdown. And when he was talking to the crowd, there's a video of it where he said, the people were saying, "Hey, we still love you. Thank you. Look, I'm trying not to take my own life. That's what I'm trying to do right now." Yeah. And like you hear stuff like that, and you just go like, "Oh, Jesus Christ!" I've known too many people that I didn't think were gonna kill themselves, and then did. And then he goes down these spirals where he starts talking about world events and freaking out. I'm like, "Oh, Jesus Christ! Like I gotta help this dude." And so I sent him things about people getting off.
Why are you talking about it on your podcast? Bro, not everything needs to be a podcast.
And apparently there's some doctors that specialize in getting people off of them. But here's the thing about that chemical imbalance thing. That's not real. They used to think that was what these things do, that they treated a chemical imbalance. But then recently, studies have shown that that is not what they do. They don't exactly know what they do. And they kind of numb you in some sort of a way that helps some people.
So I think Joe bringing up the Netflix thing and acting like Theo might be suicidal is probably what Theo didn't appreciate, because that happened like 7 or 8 months ago, and he obviously just wants to move on from it. Probably hopes people forget about it.
Yeah,
he already addressed it a few times too and told people
this was an L for sure.
Because after he said that, of course, everyone freaked out and messaged him to see if he's all right, which I'm sure he's kind of embarrassed about, because it was a pretty stupid thing to say, and obviously the people around him are going to be concerned. So the fact that Joe brought this up like 8 months later and gets really serious about it, like he actually thinks Theo's suicidal, that's probably why Theo felt the need to respond, because this clip started making the rounds and everybody's probably worried about him all over again. So he decided to address this on Facebook and Twitter. He said, "This is mostly made up. Sad to see this kind of stuff. I'm doing great. I'm a human being, which is a rocky ride, but I'm doing fine, thanks." And then he also said, "Some people are saying false stuff and posting things online to try to make it look like I'm struggling or something. That's just not entirely true. I'm doing fine. People want to say things and I don't know why. I can't control that, but I can speak up for myself." So if Joe really is worried about Theo's mental health, talking about this publicly and making it seem like he's barely hanging on,
yeah,
is obviously a terrible idea.
agree.
And Joe should have learned this already after he told Theo he was losing his mind. marbles, especially now that Theo's criticizing Palantir in Israel. You know, so when Joe acts like Theo's losing it, people of course think, oh, he's only saying that because Theo's speaking.
Oh my God, bro. But here's the thing, like, I do think Joe Rogan's compromised by Palantir. You know, he keeps talking about, you know, Theo Von or whatever, but, you know, he talks about how Peter Thiel is, like, the best guy, he's so fucking good, and, you know, he's besties with all the Palantir people, and I don't know, man.
Speaking out too much. So the timing looks really bad here. You know, people are saying Joe's trying to take him down because he talks about Peter Thiel, Israel, and Palantir too much. And people are seriously telling him that Rogan is setting him up to be super.
I think it's a mix of things. I think Joe Rogan is compromised by the Palantir people and the big tech people. But at the same time, I do think that Theo Von is spiraling because he's like bought into like this black pill doomer mentality that whoever you vote for, it's infinite money to Israel.
Suicided, and he was already really paranoid. Like, he's talking about how he thought people are after him and following him around, and he's nervous about a Palantir drone taking him out. And he also hangs out with Candace Owens a lot, so I'm sure she's just making him even more paranoid.
Wait, what was this tweet? Why'd Rogan throw you under the bus? It's almost like he's laying the groundwork so if you commit suicide it looks natural. Oh my fucking God, these people are like actually retarded. Like, they're gonna think Israel's gonna kill Theo Von. Oh my God, are you fucking insane? Like, Bro, these people are crazy!
He's nervous about a Palantir drone taking him out. And he also hangs out with Candace Owens a lot, so I'm sure she's just making him...
Fuck, bro! Like the little devil on your shoulder. Are we serious?
Even more paranoid. You know, she thinks an Israeli assassin hired by the president of France is trying to take her out. So I'm sure she pushes these theories on Theo, and will probably tell him Rogan's trying to take him down. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he starts to believe it. But also, him and Rogan have known each other for a long time, so that'd be pretty wild. But I'm sure Theo has a lot of people in his ear telling him Rogan's trying to make him look crazy, or take him down, or even take him out, because he's exposing Israel and Palantir too much. So that'd be hilarious if Theo actually turned on Rogan.
Exposing these secret cabals is just a couple of people with like zero idea or research just talking about things on podcasts. Hey, we may have lost Thomas Massey as a congressman, but look at it this way. We've gained a podcaster, ladies and gentlemen. The Thomas Massey podcast is going to expose everything, and it's coming soon. You'll see.
Because of that, or because he just doesn't like how Rogan talks about how he's losing his mind or whatever. You know, he obviously took offense to that because, I mean, it seems like Rogan talks down to Theo and treats him like a helpless child, which actually a lot of people seem to do, and the guy's almost 50, so it's getting to be pretty weird. Also, Theo might be insulted because when he talks about political issues and is critical of Israel and Palantir, Joe kind of dismisses it and tells him he needs to chill and he's losing it. But when
because political issues are retarded, man. Look, you can criticize Israel as much as you want. Criticizing Palantir is based as fuck, actually. I also criticize Palantir. I think that shit's insane. I also criticize Israel in certain regards when they actually do crazy shit. But saying that all votes are the same and they go to the same pedophiles that are just controlled by the Jews, it's like, my guy, what are we doing? This guy thinks that time-traveling Egyptian assassins killed Charlie Kirk. Like, I'll be real here. There's something wrong there.
Rogan's other friends like Tim Dillon, Kurt Metzger, and Sam Tripoli talk about this stuff. He doesn't seem to mind it as much and is more interested in hearing about it.
Because they actually have substance to what they say, I guess.
He loves listening to Tim Dillon. He's always talking about how great his podcast is. And pretty much all Tim talks about now is Israel, Palantir, AI, the Epstein files, and war in Iran. And
the podcast world is just the same 12 people interviewing each other again and again, man.
Just as critical of it all as Theo, maybe even more, but he's more articulate about it and funnier about it. So Theo might be offended that when he tries to talk about this stuff, Rogan doesn't take him as seriously. But when Tim does, Rogan loves it.
Because he sounds fucking stupid, man. I'm not trying to be rude here. I think Theo Von's a funny guy, but like when he's trying to talk about world events, it's just unbelievable.
Was it like during the same podcast where he said Theo was spiraling and paying too much attention to world events? He gave Tim multiple shout outs, and he said he learned about this manifesto Palantir put out through Tim Dillon's podcast. And then Rogan pulled up something about it, and then he started talking shit about the CEO of Palantir. And Tim is much better at talking about this stuff than Theo, and he actually got invited to a Thiel party, so Thiel tried to compromise him, but Tim turned it down and now just trashes him constantly. Like, this stuff is pretty much all Tim talks about now. You know, Israel, AI, the Iran war, the Epstein class. He even said he thinks Trump has probably had sex with underage girls. So if we're talking about a comedian that speaks out about this stuff, I think Tim is probably the best at it right now. And Rogan seems to love it. Like, he always recommends Tim's podcast. And Tim even got him to start talking shit about the CEO of Palantir, which I know people would say Rogan's only criticizing him to gain back trust and
I think so.
to get people back on his side, which could be true. But the fact that Rogan always shouts out Tim's podcast and tells people to listen to it contradicts the people that say Rogan tries to destroy his friends that criticize Palantir in Israel. You know,
Here's the thing. I really just think Joe Rogan is just a guy. I don't think he has like these evil machinations. I think he is compromised unknowingly because he he likes being buddies with all these super big billionaire tech guys, and so therefore he kind of wants to have their back. But I think it's more of an unknowing psyop. I don't think he's actually getting paid. Rosa worth $100 million. He's not getting paid by Peter Thiel to suck the butt of Palantir, right? I think sometimes the obvious explanation is actually just the true one. I think Theo Von is a tragically depressed guy who's funny, but he's not that well-read or intelligent in regards to geopolitics. And he flounders a lot, and he black pills easily, and he has Candace Owens giggling in his ear that's been spending all their holidays together. Candace Owens telling him about how actually it's the secret Jew cabal that invented space, all right, or whatever else Candace Owens is pushing these days.
That's all Tim does, and Rogan constantly gives him shout-outs. But Theo might look at this and be like, why does Rogan love when Tim's trashing Israel and Palantir, but when I do it, he thinks I'm out of my mind?
Not listening.
Why do you like the political analysis of someone that does research, and you don't like the political analysis of someone who just has these emotional diarrhea smearing competitions with Cenk Uygur?
The Tim Dillon show, you're fucking up. It's the funniest fucking take on all the chaos that's going on in the world. I don't think there's anybody better right now. His podcast is fucking phenomenal. It's my must-listen-to podcast every week.
Yep.
It's so good.
Just make that guy's head big. Make Alex Karp's head big for a minute. If you thought about a Pinky and the Brain world domination plan, and you asked a sketch artist to come up with who they thought would be carrying this out, and this is Peter Thiel's partner here, not romantically, but in global governance. This is exactly what you would think. I mean, this is exactly what you would come up with. You would come up with this guy. But Palantir put out a manifesto, and I believe it is 22 points? I believe it is. And one of them is they're calling for a draft. And the promise of technology was that it was going to make wars less common. But Palantir is let's relax with that, because we think there's going to be some big wars, and we're gonna be Palantir. These are the people that came out and were we're going to be fighting a 3-front, 4-front war. So get ready for that. So we need a draft, and we need a lot of money, and we're going to build a lot of autonomous drone death machines, and we're going to need a lot of security measures for the homeland, so goodbye to your liberty. Bye-bye. This will be like the Patriot Act on steroids. Younger people are what? Fuck Gen Z, Gen Alpha. Who gives a fuck? You're all dead. You're all dead in a Palantir war. It does seem like they are going to make money from enslaving the human race and keeping it in a constant state of war. Just an observation from the outside. I'm no genius.
Drafting people. I was listening to Tim Dillon show.
Sounds like that guy's pretty anti-Palantir. So again, I think Joe Rogan is potentially compromised, psychologically speaking, but I don't think he's actually paid. I don't think Theo Von is paid. I don't think Tim Dillon is paid. I'm so tired of this Fed accusation slop.
When he was saying that, see if this is true, that Palantir thinks that we should reintroduce conscription, that kids should start getting drafted again into the military, and they should have mandatory military experience for kids. Why the fuck would a tech company be saying that we need to move towards universal national military service? How about fuck you? How about fuck you, you go? Because none of these tech dorks that are running these companies, they're not doing it. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Throwing meat into the machine,
right.
Throwing people's children into these unnecessary wars. Fuck you.
So Tim is much more critical of all this stuff than Theo is, and this is mainly what Tim focuses on. Theo, most of his podcasts are still normal interviews where he's just goofing around, but Tim covers this stuff every episode. This is what he talks about for a living, basically, and his podcast is bigger than ever now, and he's even getting Rogan to start criticizing Palantir. So I just don't see how the elites are Joe, you gotta take out Theo Von. But then,
yeah, that theory's fucking stupid, all right? And anyone who believes it is retarded. All right, low IQ barbarians creating slop content for this poor guy.
I don't care that Rogan is constantly promoting Tim Dillon, who is much better at covering this stuff than Theo is, and he talks about it more often. If we're talking about who's the threat to the elites, I'd say Tim is way ahead of Theo. He also used to go off on Elon Musk all the time too. I mean, he doesn't hold back. And Theo, he's interviewed Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Alexander Wang, who I think he's friends with. He also is friends with Jared Kushner. I don't know if he still is. You know, that guy, he's a big reason why I went to war with Iran. He's really close with Netanyahu and is the architect behind the plan for turning Gaza into resorts. So Theo is way more compromised than Tim Dillon is. I mean, I don't think Theo has ever, will ever criticize Jared Kushner, but Tim has whole episodes about him. Also, Theo was at Trump's inauguration and last year went to the Middle East with him, which I think he probably regrets all that. You know, I think he just got in way over his head, interviewing Trump and JD Vance twice and getting really political. I don't know if that was the best idea.
Totally agree.
Like, he didn't know what he was
He
doing.
saw a big opportunity, he took it, and now he feels like, and now I think people are manipulating him to say, you got Trump elected, and Trump is in the Epstein class, all right? Because Thomas Massey released the thing. It's all one big cabal of retards vomiting in each other's mouths.
Even though, I mean, this man is almost 50 years old, so he should have known better. But it seems like he was just clueless about how corrupt these people are, and now he's starting to wake up to it. Which maybe he thinks he flew too close to the sun, and now he's nervous because he personally knows a lot of these people. Like, I'd say if you're going to be criticizing Israel, Palantir, and AI, I don't know if you want to be hanging out with Jared Kushner, Donald Trump, JD Vance, and Mark Zuckerberg. So it makes sense that he's paranoid, but is Rogan trying to make him go crazy or take him out? I guess we'll see. No, but I think Rogan...
Yeah, Rogan's not trying to take him out, okay? Like, bro, we've got to stop. Conspiracy theory. There needs to be something there. Like, this is illogical horse shit. This is like Candace Owens soap opera garbage. Right? Who's buying this?
Is genuinely worried about him, and everybody treats Theo like he's a wounded deer that needs their help. It's kind of cringy, but Rogan screwed up big time bringing up Theo's mental health, and maybe he didn't know this was going to happen, but now, of course, also all the conspiracy theorists and people are getting in Theo's ear telling him he's being set up to be suicided.
Rogan is Dan Bilzerian. This is going to be good. He's Jewish, by the way. Rogan is such a disloyal, backstabbing piece of shit for saying all this publicly, all because Theo had the courage to speak up. No, he said it could get, you're right, he is retarded for saying it publicly, but it's not because Theo had the courage to speak up, it's because he's worried about Theo, because Theo's spiraling, obviously. Alright, this is coming from Dan Bilzerian. I want to become president so we can go to put boots on the ground and kill Israelis, alright? Like, bro.
Which, I don't know if
it's alright, I'm mostly mixing because I've really fallen behind on that, and it's mostly because I set the rule of having at least 4
honestly, Thomas Massey losing his election is awesome.
thingies.
I am tired, just absolutely tired of the infinite slop that these people have been peddling. No evidence, no conclusions, no resolutions, just demoralizing infinite slop and it's just unbelievable, bro. I love me some good conspiracies. I do think that there is some sort of elite group of globalist retards that are trying to, whatever, fuck our shit up, all right, with their anti-natalist infinite propaganda. I just think it's all on the left. Yeah, I do think that there's obviously some double agents and shit, but I do think the majority of it is pushing for leftist doctrine, leftist policy. And I think that the biggest threat to our country is that leftist.
And I did get an entire re-roll for 4 different ones.
Like, people make fun of the transing the kids thing, but like, that's the most fucked up.
That was pretty exciting.
Right, open borders in every country.
I put it in there and it came up 4 question marks. I was like, right on, man. I don't remember what I got off of it, but and I don't even remember what I had to do it, but that was pretty cool. I was excited about it.
The Somali terrorists or whatever the fuck we do these days. This is like a very obvious material threat to our nations and cultures, and we are just getting our people riled up by infinite retard flinging. And all that does is actually weaken our current stranglehold on the culture, which we have, and it puts the dipshits that want to fucking rape us, puts them back into power. Turn us into the United Kingdom or something. No thanks. You could fuck yourself, sir. I get a lot of shit for taking very radical stances in certain areas, and I understand why some people would not be interested in watching my content because they have different opinions and stuff, and I lay mine out. I don't actually care if you agree with me. I just want to lay out my perspective here, and I really love our country and hope we survive. And God willing, we will.
Oh, it's here. From out of nowhere, the top turnbuckle, Code Blue Cam just released the Jack Doherty body cam from when he got arrested a few months ago. And this is a more successful shadow drop than Apex Legends. This puppy is popping off because everyone wants to see Sack Dorky get punished. They want to see him be arrested, thrown in jail, in the cuffs, because he is an insufferable
Raped by
asshole who
Haitians.
truly deserves it.
It is around 3 a.m. on the morning of Saturday, November 15th, 2025, and these Miami Beach police officers stationed on Washington Avenue in Miami Beach, Florida, have reached their patience limit with 22-year-old YouTuber Jack Doherty.
God, looking like that at 22 is so unfortunate. He actually looks like a 12-year-old boy. That's brutal, man. That looks like something you'd see in your middle school yearbook. He also runs like an OnlyFans agency or some shit, too. Imagine Boss Baby being the person handling your paychecks. Eek.
Jack Doherty, who broke away from his group and attempted to engage officers to create content for his channel in the middle of the roadway, creating a safety hazard. Despite multiple warnings, Jack continued recording the video, even ignoring his friends as they told him to stop. As a final warning, officers told him that they would...
Also, I always like to highlight these guys as well, because I think they're even more pathetic than the main clown, because they do this for nothing. I bet this guy doesn't even get paid to hold the camera for Jack Doherty's dog shit streams. I bet he just does it because he tries to suckle some clout out of it. I bet he does it for the love of the game. Oh, Jack, you need someone to hold your cock while you pee? Yeah, I'll do it. No, you don't need to pay me. The same thing with all the pranksters and shit. All the pranksters who have their friends run into the, like, fast food places with them, they do not see a penny of the revenue that the person makes. I highlight this phenomenon every time I see it in pranksters' content or in Sack Dorky's streams. The people that are with him, his entourage, his lackeys, they deserve just
Yeah, I do.
tomatoes as the protagonist clown Jack Doherty, because they are enabling him. He couldn't do this shit without his cronies, so they latch on to his.
I only have 3 dealers right now, and I'm having trouble getting the other ones because I kind of don't have time to go out and get them. But I think I'm going to try to do that. I'm probably going to fall behind a little bit, but that's all right.
And going catatonic when the police are like questioning him, and then panicking when they start to like, you know, get near him. I bet Jack wouldn't piss in their mouth if they were dying of thirst. These goobers.
But you know what? I'm gonna.
A single penny from the content.
I'm gonna make some super weed
with Jack.
to sell.
The bodyguards, I understand, because they're literally paid to fight his battles for him. They're like his meat shield, so Jack instigates conflict, hides behind the bodyguards, and they are paid to do that. That I totally understand. But like this goober with the camera here, like I just don't think he sees anything from this. Do you think he brags about it, by the way? Do you think he's like proud of it? Talking to his friends and family like, oh yeah, no, I'm kind of a big deal. You might have seen me on Jack Doherty's stream. Yeah, I was holding the camera. I'm his glorified fleshlight. No, I don't get paid for it. Why are you laughing? No, where are you going? Why are you leaving? There has to be some level of self-awareness and shame, right?
Arrest him if he didn't comply, to which Jack replied, once I'm done with this, bet. And now, as officers move to make good on that warning, they have no idea that Jack is far from done recording them on this day.
What? No. I got it. Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither. I got it. I'm just saying I got it.
Nice work, bodyguard. What a hero. He's like actually Spider-Man the way he tried to step in there and save Jack.
You want to go with him? Go to the sidewalk now. Okay. No. Now. You want to be funny? You try to get on the street, go on the street. All right, I'm getting out. Who do you think you are, bro? I'm getting out the street. No, you're not. I'm trying to hop right. Dude, who the f are you, bro? I was trying to walk up the street. Doesn't matter, bro. All you had to do was get in the sidewalk. That's it. You want to?
Oh, Jack.
No, you should have got to I was trying to.
Now, as officers proceed to search him, they immediately find even more reasons to take him to jail. But Jack only sees it as another content opportunity, something the officers have yet to realize.
Hey, free Jack!
Who just said that? Who actually said that unironically? You should arrest that guy for public cringe. That's worse than indecent exposure out here on the streets, yelling free Jack Doherty. Put that man in cuffs ASAP. He is too much of an embarrassing loser to be part of civilized society. Lock that guy's ass up too.
Oh, good. Can I take it off and give it to someone? We're doing it off for that. Can I take it off for you? This? You have to like slide it off your wrist. Like, you can't take it off your leg. Yeah, man. Jeez, big man, you gotta go take it off. Can do that? I'll check it out.
Dak's got all the cool stuff in his Batman utility belt. Oh, wow.
Listen, I'm not gonna say that. I get you, man. I'm just telling you. I know. I'm talking about the time that no. It's ain't that. You're cool. I was telling you genuinely. I apologize on his behalf.
Why? Brother, you're getting paid to be his bodyguard, not his dad. Why are you apologizing on his behalf, bro? Just go on the sidewalk. You'll get your paycheck later. You don't have to be clowning yourself like this for Jack.
Can you tell them to pull up here, my friends? We can take it out. We can take the watch out for 5.
He's afraid of not getting fired for defending him from the cops. That's true. I didn't even stop to consider that. Jack Doherty is such a fucking lobotomite. I bet he would blame his bodyguard for that. Why didn't you beat up the cops, dude? You're fired. I didn't even think of that. So now that behavior makes a little bit more sense. Did not even consider that, because any normal, rational person, that wouldn't even be a thought that would cross their mind. But you have to throw that out the window when talking about Jack Doherty.
Move it on stage. No. Is this gonna be like a timeout? No, you're going to jail. You really gonna take it? No, it's not. No. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry so you get the idea what's going on. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, this is how we gotta learn. This is how we gotta learn.
With officers finding 3 hand rolls.
It is how we gotta learn, unfortunately. Jack Doherty has to learn it the hard way, hopefully.
Consistent with a Schedule 2 amphetamine, Jack is immediately brought to the station. And this is where his entitled behavior leads him to pull another move that he will soon regret.
There's no way he keeps up this machismo in the police station while looking like a Boy Scout. There's not even cameras rolling, Sack Dorky. Why even bother, man? I thought for sure the body cam would just have him like completely abandon the tough guy persona. There's no way. There's no way he tries to puff out his chest.
Right? Because no one said that thing. Without questioning it. Oh, really? It's kind of how it works. Face that way from
I'm gonna, I just don't know where the cops are. Alright, they're heading that way.
Oh, he's trying to farm off the body cams. Oh my god. He's
Parkour,
such a loser.
man.
Holy shit.
That's the way you get away.
Oh my god, it's actual bottom of the barrel.
Alright, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to remove the handcuff from here. Listen. Oh, yeah. Then take what you do over here. Okay. Top, sneak it, put it on top of the car. Yes. Top of the, what? Counter.
This might seem like a simple order, but to Jack, it's about protecting his jewelry, and he won't even hesitate to instruct officers on how to preserve it.
I'm 4 times now, bro. What do you think that will? Tomorrow Saturday, hopefully tomorrow.
They don't want to be around you either, man.
Parkour.
So yeah, hopefully.
I'm down for that. Let him, he got his phone, right?
I've got a couple spots that I use to get away from cops.
Oh, they're being so nice to him.
My favorite is the forklift in the construction place. This one down here in the corner too with the barrels. I've lost many a cop over here too.
That's something I've noticed. When he crashes his car, he's rubbing his tummy. When he's getting arrested, he's
Oh
rubbing
shit.
his tummy. Why does he do that?
Yeah, it is a pretty good show.
Is it like something from childhood? Like now he just can't help but rub his little belly?
Take out my jewelry, you know? Just give me your card. Yeah, take out my jewelry. Matter of fact, yeah, put it all in the bag. He's gonna go back out and go into your car.
A nervous tick? I guess. That's a weird one, though. I don't usually see that.
Like, hey, you can get this and get his, all his,
He's checking for abs. Nope. Still out of shape.
Sorry, I'm trying to tell him to come here. Yo, can you hear me? Hello. No video. It's just not working. Okay, bad.
Tell him to have his driver's license and everything.
You should inform the officer up front that the goof troop's coming through, guys.
Someone just have Dave or whoever has their ID.
It's about to get cringe.
You do? I bet. How much was it again? Yourself, right? Can you, here's a problem, right? We met on a section.
This actual fucking parasite. He called his friend and then started recording on his phone. He just needs to stay in jail forever. Like, he's not really a human being anymore. He's legitimately subhuman. His brain is so rotted and poisoned, all he sees is like content opportunities, but it's also like terrible content. Like legitimately, it's just bad content. So he's trying to perform for the cameras and he's still extremely lame and boring. Just keep him in jail, man.
Microphone call. Yes? Yes. And I told you not to record. But you are recording. I know. So you know what's gonna happen now? All you're going with you is the UK. We're not giving this to anybody else. I just delete the video. No. Take your shoes off. Bro, right? Take your shoes off. Take your shoes off. But aren't you guys recording too? Take your shoes off. Your shoes are off. Take your socks off. Alright. Hey, call us out here. 10-7, somebody picking these up going to the UK. The what?
It's going to the incinerator, bro. We're torching it.
Come on.
Hey, be careful. Be careful. This tiny meat might get damaged there. You gotta be. What are you doing in there?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, stop it! You're slapping his little almond nuts around.
I can't. Michael something was his character's name.
It's fine. Everything's going to the UK.
They had to change. They had to do a little cut there because Jack got a boner.
Get in there. Trying to be funny.
They didn't want the video to get age restricted.
Okay, come.
Michael Scott, yeah.
Damn, he looks so hard in there.
Yeah, probably not in the morning anymore, you know? No, hey, I'll try helping you, man.
Ultimately, Jack
That's true, they did try to help him.
Possession of controlled substance without prescription. Misdemeanor, resisting without violence, possession of cannabis. He was later released on a $3,500 cash bond. But true to his nature, Jack continued milking the incident for content after his release. Even
That's
uploading
true.
footage officers had accidentally recorded on his phone after not realizing the camera was still running. In a later interview with TMZ,
So yeah, Whack Dorky did pay the bond, and then he tried to use this whole situation here to like appear cool. So he made merch out of his mugshot, thinking that it had aura, but everyone dunked on him for it and insulted him for it. So as far as I know, he retired that. So, like, basically everything that could be pathetic about a person can be found in Jack. He doesn't have a single redeeming quality. There is not a single thing of Sack Doherty that is admirable or deserving of even a modicum of respect. He is actually just a societal stain. He is a complete fucking loser from top to bottom, and fingers crossed he actually faces serious consequences for all this shit at some point. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. Banger body cam from Code Blue Cam, and that's really about it. Yeah. I want you to take a good hard look around you right now. Are you surrounded by concrete walls and bars? If the answer to that question is no, it means that you're not in jail. Congratulations. Good job, bucko. Do you enjoy that fresh air? That freedom? Would you be willing...
Don't go to Korea if you're fat.
Today we're looking at the country that banned fat people. That's right. I investigated the country where it is illegal to be fat by Will Tennyson. Let's take a look, bro.
Don't be fat, don't be ugly, don't be poor.
Bro, did low-tier God make those rules?
You know, it's like the plastic surgery capital. Do you think an overweight foreigner coming to visit Korea would have a negative experience?
Sadly, I've heard that a lot.
South Korea,
Makes
the world's
sense.
beauty capital, where being fat isn't just frowned upon, you're openly shamed.
Shop owners will clearly say to you like, oh, yeah, there's no clothes for you.
In a country where appearance
58% agree that obese people look lazy. Well, I mean, that part's not crazy at all. I mean, people aged 20 to 59 said, yeah, about 60% of the people that are fat look lazy. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think the other 40% who don't look lazy is just because their face is slim, but their body is fat. So it's probably accurate. I mean, usually obesity does, correlate with laziness, so.
This can feel like currency. The pressure to be thin is everywhere. On billboards, subway floors, and storefront windows. A constant reminder to change and be better. Creating a standard so
A constant reminder that being fat is gross.
Extreme dieting and potentially...
Damn, they're using ice cubes to lose weight. You see that?
So intense, it's driving a surge in weight loss drugs, extreme
Damn,
diet...
bro, this is an elite ball knowledge weight loss hack, bro. Back in the day, yeah, just something to chew on. It was either gum or ice cubes, so it would psychologically feel like you're eating, but you're not gaining weight.
And potentially something much worse.
Okay, so I get to 75 kilograms?
I'm here to find out just how bad it really is.
Welcome to South Korea, everybody. Before we get started with the day, I want to see what level of freak show the locals are going to see me as. So behind me, there's a fat test that are in all the parks in Korea. They really
What?
They just said, let's gamify emotional damage.
Wait,
So
that's insane.
Whatever I get here is going to dictate how I feel about myself today and probably how I eat.
This is in every local park?
So according to Google Translate, this first one here, it says, you're an alien.
This is like the Family Guy, Peter Griffin, can you enter the country based on your race thing, if you know what I'm talking about. The okay versus not okay. Editor, put this on the screen. This is literally the same thing, but wait.
Probably how I eat. So according to Google Translate, this first one here, it says, you're an alien, ... I mean, I'd rather be called an alien than a fat ass. So I guess if I can't fit through this, I'm not considered human.
Would you though? You'd prefer to be an alien than a fat ass? I mean, I guess, bro. Whatever floats your boat, man. I'd prefer to still be humanized. He fits.
That was
not an alien, confirmed.
This next one is, you shouldn't be like this, which kind of sounds like a threat.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm scraping it. We didn't pass that with flying colors. Level 3, you have a slim heart. Passive aggressive.
Damn. I mean, I know for a fact if I did this one, I would lose just because my nose would hit the side of it. My protruding beak would make me fail.
Oh! I have a slim body!
Bro, the issue is he's like ripped though. Like if it's all muscle mass, then I feel like it's fine.
Okay, we're good there. Okay, so the next one is just chubby. So
like, bro, again, yeah, you could be like 220 lean, and the lean is what counts. Because if it's all muscle, then you're good.
As wordy as the other ones, but still just as hurtful.
Like
Chubby.
if you're big and brolic, it doesn't mean that you're out of shape because you weigh a lot. It's because all that weight is in muscle. But they don't give a fuck. These Koreans are brutal.
I think This is changing the breakfast plans very
Damn,
quickly.
he didn't make it.
Crazy to think that I'm considered chubby in Korea, because I like to think that I'm in pretty good shape. So after chubby, here we have average, which I would never be so grateful to be called mid in my entire life. I'd love to be average. And then we have thin, and then here says skinny, and it looks like they've removed actually one of the poles here, because maybe like it was probably too extreme. Like I don't even think a 90-day fast and a caved-in rib cage I could fit through that.
Yeah,
Because,
that's
like,
crazy.
Thin, barely my quad goes through that. And the crazy thing about all of this is that this is literally in the middle of a children's park, and they're probably going to see this as a game, and you want to beat the game. So
I also think it's crazy because it's not even accurate. Like the relationship these have to health, I think, is greatly removing all the nuance. Like I said, you have like the bodybuilder type of guy who eats really well, the diet's clean, very active lifestyle, but he's just huge because of muscle. And conversely, you can have some like tweaker crack addict person like doing meth, you know, they're just super skinny, they're super frail, they don't eat, they're malnourished, and yeah, they'll fit right through this. But to them, this is like a winning thing, so yeah, I disagree. But pretty hilarious though, pretty funny government here.
I just go to this, and if I can't fit through it, I'm going to do whatever it takes to be able to fit through it eventually. So I think it just causes a lot of issues.
Oh yeah.
Korea has a 0-calorie and 0-sugar obsession, and because of that, there's tons of different spots that cater towards that. So if I want to be able to fit through that tree a little later on, there's certain things that we have to do. So the first spot that we're checking out is the Zero store.
We have shit like this in America, though. It's like the proteinification of everything. Instead of 0 calories, 0 carbs, it's like all protein. Like, oh, Doritos have protein, ice cream has protein. It's like, how much can I make junk food sound healthy with protein?
So later on, there's certain things that we have to do. So
Let's
the first
see.
spot that we're checking out is the Zero store. So 0 calories and 0 employees. This is just kind of like a serve yourself kind of place.
Oh.
This is pretty
That's a high trust
sick.
society moment.
I just feel like I found a loophole in my fitness journey. No way.
When you join the La Cause Nostra, you're in it for life. You have to have honor and respect. But when somebody does something wrong, I mean, you know, they're going to get killed. Louis DeMarco was a junkie who was sticking up a maiden member of the Philadelphia La Cause Nostra. So Angelo Bruno told us, find them and kill them. Me and Vincent Falcone hid in the one of the rooms in the hotel, and we waited for Louis DeMarco to walk to his car. When he came out, I ran out first and shot him in the back of the head. The power of the blast of the bullet pushed him so much forward, it looked like he was running away. After he fell down, I ran over him and I emptied my gun into him. After we shot him, me and Vincent Falcone ran through the alleyway, and when we hit this certain spot, we threw both guns up onto this roof. And we continued running to my uncle, where he picked us up in the car. When I committed my first murder, it felt like I was doing a good deed for our family. I was killing a bad man.
Mob warfare is on the rise all across the nation. It's just the latest sign of organized crime in America becoming more and more disorganized.
It's 1980, and the United States government is locked in a battle to the death with the mafia.
And that sends the message to these people that they cannot be above the law, and that they will be brought to justice, and they will be convicted.
But the secret society known as Cosa Nostra still remains immensely powerful throughout the country. A force for corruption and extreme violence, especially in the cities of Philadelphia, Chicago, and New York.
Police say that Calabrese was ambushed by 2 gunmen in ski masks as he walked to his car.
Where 5 gangs called families bring men in, but almost never let them out alive.
Take a break. Watch your head and sit down.
These men are witnesses to a secret society's history, stepping out of the shadows now to tell their stories firsthand.
Okay.
A few remain in shadows, fearing for their personal safety, afraid of an organization with branches all over the country. In 1971, the shooting of mob boss Joe Colombo and the murder of Joe Gallo in retaliation marked a kind of awakening for young guys like Michael Francis, who was standing near Joe Colombo when he was shot.
The shooting that day really impacted me when I said, you know what, something's really going on here that I don't quite understand.
So Francis turned to the one man who can answer his questions. His father, Sonny, one of the most notorious figures in the entire history of the American mob.
Sonny Francis was somebody who was a legendary figure in the world of organized crime, very powerful.
He's 100% gangster. Everybody heard of him, everybody knows him. There's not a person that don't know who Sonny Francis is. He lives the mob code to the T.
Law enforcement said he's killed at least 30 people back then. Now I think it's 60, which I don't believe. 60 people, I mean, come on.
Growing up, Michael worshipped his father and despised the cops who shadowed him.
One day I was playing ball in the street. I think I was 8 or 9 years old. The ball sailed over my head and rolled down the street. The detective stopped the ball with his foot. When I got close to him, he pulled over his jacket and he had a gun in there. And he said, "This is for your father. He's gonna get it one day." And I just looked up at him. I'll never forget. And I said, can I have my ball, please? He kicked the ball roughly past me. And boy, I hated that guy at that moment. You know, I always say if I was lost when I was a kid, the last person I would go to would be a cop. I always looked at my dad as the hero and them as the enemy. The FBI had a car parked in the back of our house, on the left side, the right side, everywhere. So anytime we left with my dad, we had a parade of law enforcement vehicles following us. One night, we went out to eat as a family. All the law enforcement people would file in afterwards, sit at the table behind us and watch us eat. And this one particular night, one of the agents, as he passed by my table, he got a little out of hand. And he made a nasty remark to my dad. My dad jumped up and went right after the cop. You don't disrespect him in front of his family. And the restaurant was crowded. The cop got scared. He pulled out his gun. My dad said to him, "Shoot it. I'll drop you before you get a shot off." You know, moments like that, I had more than one. And that leaves an impression on you when you're younger.
At the time of Joe Colombo's shooting in 1971, Sonny was in prison serving 10 years for bank robbery. Michael paid him an urgent visit.
It was that we first really had a discussion about the life. First he got angry with me. He said, "I told you not to be involved here. You got to go to school." I said, "I'm not going to school. It's over. I have no desire. I'm part of this. I got to help you out." He said, "Is this what you want to be part of?" And I said, "Whatever I got to do to help you out, I don't even know what I'm really a part of. You never sat down and explained anything to me. But it's time." He says, "If you had to kill somebody, could you do it?" I thought about it. And I said, "You know, if the circumstances were right, I think I could." And he said to me, "Well, that's the right answer. Somebody's going to be in touch with you." He said, "You do whatever you're told." That was it. And that was the extent of the discussion we had. In asking me that question, he gave me a choice. And I made my decision right then and there.
While Michael Francis readily joined his father's crime family in New York, in Chicago, another mob scion lived blissfully unaware of his father's business.
I grew up in Chicago. As a young kid, I felt loved. I felt safe in my home.
Who is it?
I went to school. I played sports.
One of
Wanted
the
to go to college,
Ricardos?
become a lawyer. As a young man, I idolized.
Could you do it? Circumstances, somebody's going to... And I made my decision.
Father's crime family in New York. In Chicago, another mob scion lived blissfully unaware of his father's business.
I grew up in Chicago. As a young kid, I felt loved. I felt safe in my
Frank
home.
Calabrese.
I went to school. I played sports. Wanted to go to college, become a lawyer. As a young man, I idolized my dad. He was a great father.
But Frank Calabrese Sr. was not just a father. He was also a prolific loan shark and a feared hitman with the Chicago mob.
As I got older, I would see FBI agents sitting around the house sometimes. But it wasn't that big of a deal to me because my dad always used to say, "Don't bring your business in the home, it corrodes the family structure." And I just did my thing like every other kid.
Little did Frank Jr. know, Frank Sr. was a serious operator.
In fact, in the 70s and 80s, my dad had one of the biggest operations in the city for juice loans. $1 million on the street at most times, sometimes more.
Frank Sr. also loved to kill.
My dad's preferred method or signature trait of killing you was with a knife and a rope. He loved hands-on. He'd strangle you and then cut your throat to make sure you were dead.
It wasn't long before Frank's father began to groom his teenage son to join the family business.
His intention was to teach me about the street. He would give me these errands to do, or I would assist my uncle or my dad in mob activities. I looked at it as chores right away. Get them done so I can go be with my friends.
But in Chicago, grooming kids for the mob life was off limits.
In Chicago, you weren't supposed to bring your kids into it. Okay, so when he did, he never went in and got permission from his boss or anybody like he was supposed to. It's kind of like their secret weapon.
By age 19, Frank Jr. was collecting quarters from neighborhood peep shows and keeping the books on his father's illegal gambling and loan shark operations.
Over time, the more my father gave me to do, the more he seen of him in me. I never believed through all of this that I had a choice. It was more like, be a good son and do this for your dad. My dad was a master manipulator. And slowly, I bought into all this. I graduated to that next level. Extortion, violence, arson, planning and assisting murders. Even though I did not like violence, I was good at it. And that was one other thing that drew me in even closer to him.
So close that in 1986, when Frank Sr. got the contract to kill a fellow mobster in trouble with the outfit, the plan was for Frank Jr. to carry out the murder.
There was a guy named John Ficarata. John Ficarata killed a lot of people, killed people with my dad and my uncle.
Frank's uncle, Nick Calabrese, worked hand in hand with his brother Frank Sr.'s crew. Ficarata had screwed up countless tracks in the notorious killing and burial of mobster Tony Spilotro.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right
and
back.
his brother Michael.
And when John Ficarata had also done some stuff personally to my dad, my uncle, and our family, I felt that this was my obligation to step up for my family and kill him.
But in the end, Frank Jr.'s uncle Nick stepped up and carried out the hit on Ficarata.
He lied and said it was a better plan if he went alone. And my dad bought into that. And I was actually mad at that time, too, because I thought he was trying to take this away from me, my uncle. But really, he was looking out for me.
It's a move that will later prove disastrous, not just for the Calabrese family, but the entire Chicago mob. While Frank Calabrese Jr. is moving up in his father's Chicago outfit crew, mob son Michael Francis begins his own career in New York's La Cosa Nostra.
One of my dad's soldiers called me and said, meet me at the JB Lounge, which was on Metropolitan Avenue in Brooklyn. We go see Tom DeBella. Tom was acting boss for Persico at the time, who had taken control of the family. And Tom says to me, I got a message from your father. He said, you want to become a member of our life. Is that true? And I remember saying, yeah, if that's what my dad wants, that's what I want. And he said, I didn't ask you that. I said, is this what you want? And I said, yes, it's what I want.
Michael.
He said, well, here's the deal. From now on, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're on call to serve this family. If your mother is sick and she's dying, and we call you to serve this family, you leave your mother's side and you come and serve us. From now on, we're number one in your life before anything and everything. I'm putting you with Andrew Russo. He's your captain. You do whatever Andrew tells you. I said, okay. Andrew looks at me, he says, you're gonna be busy from now on. He says, meet me tomorrow night on Carroll Street and wear a suit. That was it. When you're in your recruitment period, you're not really making money for them. You're just being around. And I used to sit around in a social club, again, listen, took everything in. I always had a nice car, so Tom DeBella and Andrew would always have me drive them. Except that I would never drive. I'd have to sit in the back and they would sit in the front. So I just listened and I heard so much conversation between the two of them. They did talk pretty openly in front of me. And I guess they trusted me at that point. That recruitment period was very valuable to me because I tried to absorb everything like a sponge and really learn what the life was about.
Michael Francis is now a Colombo family associate. His education begins and ends with one lesson: how to make money for the boss of the family.
As an associate, if you made a score, you had to make sure you sent something up to the boss, a couple $100 in an envelope. Most guys that are associates, not made members, they always have to kick up to their boss.
If you get involved and you become an earner, somebody who can be trusted, you become a higher associate.
I had to be a good earner. I wanted to be the best possible mob guy I could be. I made a score at one point. Some guy came to me with a load of meat. If I remember, $6,000 or $7,000 worth of meat.
Let me show you.
So I said, Andrew, I got this load of meat. He says, make sure when you get the money, you turn it in. Great. So I bring it, I turn it in. It's like $7 grand.
And he takes it, and after a day or so, he gives me back $600. I said, wait a second. I said, 7,000, I get 600 back? I said, I don't like the math here, you know? I saw my father the next time, and he said to me, what'd you turn it all in for? He said, rule of thumb, 25% goes to them. He said, you keep the rest. It's really on-the-job training. I mean, nobody prepares you for this stuff.
Francis soon found a much bigger way to earn, a gigantic scam in overseas shipping. For a cut of the tape, a friend who worked for a shipping company sent Francis fake work orders to repair his containers. Francis didn't actually repair the containers, but billed the company anyway.
And they would cut me a check. We were doing $20,000, $30,000 a month. And all he did was submit a work order, and I submitted a bill. And that was the scam.
He became the biggest earner, not only in the Colombo family, but probably on an individual basis among all the made guys in the 5 families.
There was only a handful of us that were making real money.
He's so successful at earning that the highest honor in the mafia is within his grasp. He's on the verge of becoming a made man.
Even though I didn't know the time or the place or when the event would happen, I knew that things were starting to heat up because a couple of guys were all of a sudden being made. So I kind of knew my time was coming. One morning, it was early, and I get a call from Andrew, and he said, meet me on Carroll Street, such and such a time. He said, dress up. Happened to be Halloween night, and it was 1975. Night I obviously can't forget. We end up in Brooklyn at Anthony Colombo's catering hall. Then I started to realize this is it. You know, this is my time.
To become the made guy, you have to participate in the murder. You were 100% Italian, and you were sponsored by 2 official members. You qualified, and you had to go in and take this oath that you were never supposed to reveal the secrets of the organization.
You can refuse it all you want. If they want you to become a made guy, they're going to force you to become a made guy. It is a lifetime contract. Respect and honor is the whole life.
The only way out would be death.
It was very dark. There was a couple of candles lit. I walk down the aisle and I stand in front of Tom DeBella. And this initiation starts. And it's very intense. And Tom looks at me and he says, are you ready? And I says, I am. And then we went through the ritual. Andrew had a little knife, and he cuts my finger and some blood drops on the floor. And I remember him gripping my hand very firmly. And I remember looking down and seeing blood spots there. So this was a place I knew that had been used before. I took a picture of a saint, put it in my hands and lit it aflame. And then Tom started to say to me, tonight, Michael Francis, you're being born again. I'll never forget those words. He said, you're being born again into a new life, our life, La Cosa Nostra. You swear to give your life to a La Cosa Nostra? I said, yes, I do. If you violate what you know about this life, betray any of your brothers, you will die and burn in hell like this saint is burning in your hands. And he said, you're a friend of ours. And he hugged me. Andrew hugs me. And then all the captains line up and they all give me a hug and welcome me, kiss on the cheek. As Tom said, from now on, wherever you go in the world, you'll have a brother there. Don't ever worry about your mother, your sister, your daughter. We're gonna protect them. And, you know, I got your back, you got mine. That was exhilarating for me to know that, okay, I made it, I'm here, and now it's up to me to really prove that I'm worthy of the life. As Tom said, let this be a lesson to all of you. We don't earn for you, you're gonna earn for us. It's all about earning for the family and doing for us. And he looked at me. We want you guys that are earners to get out there and earn. And then we ate. We had a celebration. And then that was it. And it was, I went home that night after we talked, and I was very exhilarated. And I understood that once you're part of that life, you're a new creation within that life.
It's 1982, and Michael Francis is earning his place in the mob with cold, hard cash.
Did you ever have a nickname?
You know, not till later on when the media tagged me as being the yuppie Don, which I hated. But nobody would call me that to my face. I told them, don't ever say that to me. I don't like it. You know, it reminded me of California and all these kind of weird guys out there in suits.
Michael Francis was an immense earner for the Colombo family. And a guy who knew how to really deal with modern-day capitalism. He was a new breed.
Hey, fellas, let's go. This handsome, young mafia prince from New York is Michael Francis, the son of a legendary mafia godfather.
Michael Francis went to college. I guess he dropped out of college after about 2 years, but was more sophisticated than the average run-of-the-mill mafia guy.
Francis got the keys to the city and a Bible blessed by the Pope.
There's a big perception out there. There's this genius about us that we know just what to target and just how to make money. Rarely does that happen. It's always somebody from the legitimate world coming to us. And then you just show them how to do it, protect them, and you make money with it.
And one way Francis hoped to make money is classic mob, through the labor unions.
I had some very lucrative situations with unions. One of them in a major contract, a construction job with a major developer in Queens. And this is a major, it was the biggest co-op conversion in the country at that time. And one of the guys in there happened to be the brother of a girl that I was dating at one time. And he got in touch with me and he said, Mike, I've got this job. And he said, the union is really harping on us. He said, you think you can help out? I said, yeah.
What the mob-dominated union will do is strike a sweetheart deal with the employer, where the actual workers pay the price. They don't get the benefits they ought to get or the salary they ought to get, because the mob has cut a deal with the employer at the expense of the worker.
So I go and meet the labor union guy, and I said, you realize what we got here, right? Biggest job in the country. I said, let's work this thing. And he said, great. So we made a deal to keep the union out of there, and we charged the developer so much for every apartment that he converted. We hired all the trades, we did everything. We made a ton of money, both legitimately and through the unions. And we whacked it up among everybody.
Can I ask you, the term whack it up, is that the same as kick it up?
Whack it up, divide it up, cut it up, share it. Yeah, that's street term. You never said share, it's whack. Whack has different forms of, different uses, I would say.
Soon Francis was making a name for himself as an earner among earners. He brought in big scores that attracted attention throughout the 5 families of the New York mob. But nothing so far compared to the scam he was about to pull off.
This guy came to me, and he tells me, he said, look, we can make some money. I've got kind of a scheme. I have gas stations. So I said, all right, let's start a new company. I says, and show me how this thing works, and I'll see if I want to pursue it. I'll never forget it. A week or two later, this guy came to me, and he's holding a box. And he used to bring me meat. He was a butcher. He walks in. I says, what are we having, a party? We're going to do with all this meat. He says, hey, Chief, it ain't meat. And he goes in, he puts it on the kitchen table. He opens it up. He said, first week's take in the gas business, $380,000 in cash. Got my attention, right?
Michael Francis, his biggest coup.
Look at the, hey, crazy, what are you looking at?
The daisy chain gas.
She's watching my cursor on the monitor.
Was New York State in the 1970s decided to use a different way of collecting gasoline excise taxes every year.
At that time, whoever owned the gas station was responsible to pay the tax on every gallon of gasoline that they bought and pumped.
And somebody hit upon the idea this was stupid.
So the legislature in New York said, well, let's make distributors responsible for paying the taxes they want to levy.
But the gas companies are required to pay the tax on the honor system. So Francis figured out all he had to do was set up dummy companies that don't pay. It took months for the government to figure out the scam and collect. And by that time, the dummy companies were long gone.
It was a fairly complicated scheme that involved a lot of dummy corporations, which made it difficult to trace back to the original source, that being Francis.
And somewhere along the line, a stamp would come out and would say, tax paid. And it was very difficult to establish just which company was saying that they paid the tax.
That's because no company was paying the tax. all of the money was going into Michael Francese's pockets.
I had 18 licensed companies. All of them were operating out of Panama, so there was no trail back to any of us.
The gasoline tax scam has to go down in history as one of the most successful coups ever pulled by the mafia.
I was making a lot of money in the gas business, millions of dollars a week. I had a jet plane, I had a helicopter, I had all the money I wanted, I did whatever I wanted to do, and word was getting out on the street that even though I was handing in millions, that I was making billions.
The so-called Francese Group, a new mafia organization that...
A story came out, I believe in Newsday again, that I was becoming powerful enough to break away from the Colombos and start my own family.
Said to be behind the mob's theft of hundreds of millions of dollars in gasoline taxes in New York.
My dad then got out on parole.
Francese's father, Sonny, was released from prison after serving time for masterminding a series of bank robberies. But he's also rumored to be a cold-blooded killer, an accusation familiar to his son.
Law enforcement said he's killed at least 30 people back then. Now I think it's 60. But as far as a dad, he was dad for me. I loved him. I idolized my dad. He was everything that I thought a man's man should be. Every child wants a reason to love their parents. You have to give them strong reasons not to love their parents. And I don't have any reason not to love mine, regardless of anything. The word gets out on the street, I'm becoming a target of law enforcement, and all of a sudden the two friends, son's making tons of money. Guys start to think about it, you know, double-edged sword. Even my own father was told he put a contract.
In the American mob, success can be as dangerous as failure, especially if the mob thinks you're skimming the tape. So when Michael's father calls him, he starts to sweat.
One night I get a call from my dad, and he said, I gotta see you. I said, okay, he was on parole, so I go to his house. And we're in the driveway of his house, and he said, Junior wants to see us tonight. I said, okay, what time do you want me to pick you up? He said, well, they want to do this differently. They want me to come in first, and they want you to come in second. I said, why would we do that? Well, this is what they want. I said, well, we're not going to do that, Dad. That was the first time I really had an argument with my dad. Said, no, we're not doing that. Back and forth. He wouldn't give in. Finally, I remember I threw my hands up in the driveway. I said, all right, Dad, I've been listening to you all my life. I said, I don't like it, but if this is what you want, we'll do it. So I leave, and then Jimmy Angelina calls me, and he tells me to meet him on 18th Avenue. Jimmy was a captain too at the time. Now I knew Jimmy all my life. I get in the car, there's a guy sitting in the back that I didn't know, and he don't introduce me. At that point, I was just really thinking, something's really bad here. It was a
Oi!
I get in the car and I start. Jimmy gets behind me, and the other guy is behind him. Now this is bad setup, and I'll be honest with you, I was getting really nervous. I wasn't a religious guy anyway, but I started to pray because I really thought that I'm dead. Look, I've been in the life quite a while. I know that you get walked into a room by your best friend, you don't walk out again. So, door opens. I get in there and a couple of the guys there, and they start grilling me about the gas business and the money and all of this and that and everything else. And they're trying to make an impression on me that, you know, I'm still the boss, don't think you can get away with anything. Without saying it, they said it. I got it.
The meeting ends, and to Francese's surprise, he's still alive.
So now, Jimmy's gonna drive me back. I say goodbye to everybody. We get in the car. I'm ready to really open up on him. I was really upset with him. He didn't tell me anything. So I get in the car. I said, I know you all my life. Damn me, you don't tell me anything that's going on. And he said, if it was the other way around, would you have told me anything? He just hit me like that, you know, and I thought about it for a minute. I said, no, I wouldn't have. He said, well, The life we chose, Mike, he said, you know it as well or better than anybody. You grew up in it. He said, I'm gonna tell you something, Michael. He said, your father was in there before you tonight. He didn't help you one bit. You were on your own in there. And it really affected me in a bad way. And I said, man, I can't trust my own father here. I kind of felt the walls closing in on me at that point. He threw me under the bus in that he didn't defend me. And that's almost as bad as indicting me, you know, as saying he did it. And I said, this money that I'm making, what do? Do I stop? This is like a double-edged sword for me. And I didn't have an answer. I didn't have a solution. I said, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
While Michael Francis struggled with the consequences of his gas scam, in Chicago, Frank Calabrese Jr. was starting to see a different side to the mob, and his father.
They seen what this life does to people on the street. It wears them down, and they start changing. My dad had multiple personalities. I didn't know what dad I was dealing with anymore. I seen a lot of guys killing each other off more, the FBI getting stronger, and when I seen my dad changing, I wanted out.
Frank resolved to start life over, and that takes money. But he didn't have much money in hand.
My dad was holding close to $400,000 of my money, and I went and I stole money of his from a hiding place. Because I felt it was my money and I had it coming.
At first, Frank thought he'd gotten away with it. But then one day, Frank's father summoned him.
I went and met him. I thought we were working on our relationship. He wound up getting me to a garage. He set me up. And when we got in that garage, he slammed the door, and when I turned around, he had me by the throat and he had a gun in my face. He says, you know what, I tried controlling you. I can't control you no more. I'd rather have you dead than you disobey me. But I'll come to your grave and pay my respects. When I seen that look in my dad's eyes, I wouldn't break eye contact with him, and I was using trigger words. Dad, I'm your son. What are you doing? I've done everything you asked. And I don't know what or how that night, but my dad couldn't do it. And from that point on, I knew I could never trust my dad. It's the only man in life I ever feared.
It's just the start of one of the most notorious betrayals in American mob history. In New York, Michael Francis, a captain and top earner in the Colombo family, is also becoming disillusioned with his way of life. But that's the least of his troubles. Law enforcement's closing in.
I started to feel the pressure in the early 80s, and the government opened my eyes to it in that they had a major undercover operation on me, on this gasoline case and everything else.
It would seem that Michael Francis is unfortunately following the footsteps of his father.
The FBI can allege and say whatever they like. They've been doing it for many, many years.
Well, the FBI identified him as a significant target. Informants providing information to the FBI about this up-and-coming, sophisticated gangster. So the FBI came to us and said that they wanted to bring a case against him.
And I got a visit in my offices out in Long Island from 2 FBI agents. And they came in to see me and they said, we need to talk to you. And I said, what do you want? And they said, listen, tell us what you're doing and we'll give you a pass. Yeah, right. I said, well, I don't know what you're talking about with gas, you know. So I knew, I said, man, this is not good. I mean, I really got their attention now.
We gathered evidence, primarily from cooperating witnesses. And when he was faced with a lengthy trial and the prospect of getting a very lengthy sentence.
People were being convicted 100 years, 150 years. They said, they're gonna give me 1,000 years if I go down on this.
He decided to plead guilty and to make restitution payments of $10 million, which he pretty much defaulted on.
Michael Francis indicted on 28 counts of racketeering, fraud, and extortion.
I'd made 2 very bad decisions in my life. I trusted my father, look where it got me. I surrendered my life to La Cosa Nostra, and look where it got me. I got death threats, hits all over me. The FBI hates me, everybody on the street hates me, my father disowned me. I don't have a friend in the world. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in this 6x8 cell. And it was the first and only time in my life that I really felt hopeless.
then he kind of shocked us because he came forward and agreed to cooperate. And based on the cooperation he provided, he did get his sentence reduced.
I got 4 years on a parole violation, and I spent 35 months and 13 more days in prison, 29 months and 7 days in the hole. And during that time is when I strengthened my faith and started to read the Bible.
But Francis got out and lives to tell the tale.
Do I find it surprising that I'm alive? I feel I'm the most blessed guy walking the streets. What should my fate have been? I should either be dead or in prison for the rest of my life.
The son who once followed his gangster father blindly into the life now walks away from the mob forever, unscathed.
I cannot explain how Michael Francis was able to do what he did. The only speculation you could have is that he paid his way out. Somehow he was able to persuade people in the Colombo crime family not to do anything to him.
Really, the only way that ends is when you end, and you're in a coffin, it's over.
How Michael Francis got out of the American mob with his life remains a mystery to this day. But the worst deeds of Francis's past still haunt him, especially the murder of a close friend, Champagne Larry Carrozza.
Larry Carrozza was someone very close to me. I mean, the kid loved me, and I loved him. I baptized his kids. He baptized my daughter. Unbeknownst to me, he was having an affair with my sister. I was brought in, and it was told to me that this is what was going on.
No one messes with mob women. Those who do pay a heavy penalty.
I was told he disrespected you and he disrespected your father, and that's something that we don't stand for in this life. And I said, but you know, he's not the made guy. Stupid. How do we know it really happened? And let me talk to my sister. And nope, you want to take care of it? You take care of it. If not, we'll take care of it. And I said, I don't want to do it. The guy's too close to me.
Larry Carrozza's body was found near his car. He was shot a single time behind the ear.
His murder, that's probably something that has been the heaviest on my heart.
These days, it's faith that helps Francis cope with dark memories of his past.
Guys, be honest. You don't come to church, but you figure, hey, Sopranos is off the air. Let me go see what the real mob guy is all about, right? That's your only... What I did. And that's it. As Christians, we happen to believe that we can be forgiven for what we've done in the past. So I believe with all my heart that I've been forgiven. As a Christian,
a line that's hard for a lot of people to swallow.
No gray area. People can say it's a phony thing and it's a scam, and you know, fortunately in the end, they're not going to be the ones that judge me. But I can't fool God. You know? I bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank Michael Francis. Thank you, man.
Michael Francis is out of the life today, but his father Sonny never walked away.
I think he's part of this life 66 or 67 years ago. He took the oath.
I think he was convicted on racketeering charges and was incarcerated again. Was active until the age of 96, and it's absolutely amazing.
He is a treasure trove of mob stories, if you can get him to talk about them.
Sonny Francis told me at the time he would finish parole, I believe, at 103 years old. He was gonna go piss on the White House and call the guards over and tell them, yeah, I pissed on the White House. Come on, bring me to jail.
Sonny Francis is a holdover from the golden age of the American mob. But in Chicago, mobster Frank Calabrese Sr. passed his mob legacy on to his son, along with prison time.
In 1995, we were indicted for running a loan sharking operation through threats, intimidation, and violence. When we went to jail, I thought this was a blessing in disguise because I want to get away from my dad.
Frank hoped they'd end up in separate prisons. A few years earlier, Frank Sr. nearly killed his son when he found Frank Jr. had stolen $400,000 from him. Since that time, Frank Jr. lost all trust in his dad. But Frank's worst fears were realized when father and son landed in the same prison.
I always feared my dad. But in prison, I said, I'm going to try to work it out with my dad one more time, become a family.
After just a few months, Frank realized his father would never be the kind of dad he wanted.
He had this second chance to make some changes in his life, and he didn't because of the addiction of this life on the street. And at one point, I realized that he was manipulating me. And there was no way I was going to ever get out of this in his eyes. Sometimes in life, all your choices stink. What am I going to do? Confront him, and one of us is going to wind up dead? My dad was good at killing, so it would probably be me. So that's when I came up with the painful decision of cooperating with the FBI.
Come on, Meg.
Frank wrote a letter from prison, volunteering crucial information about his father.
I just told him to come out. I wanted to talk to them. Basically, I told him I wanted help to keep this sick man locked up forever.
Frank wouldn't cooperate against other mobsters besides his father, and he declined offers most prisoners would jump at.
I told him I don't want to be obligated to you guys. No disrespect. I'll do all my time, pay all my fines. No immunity, but I'm only helping you against my dad.
At first, Frank said no when asked to wear a wire.
But then I thought about it after a while. My dad's too smart. I got to get him in his own words. So I wore a wire. When I put the wires on, it's like a soldier. You train, you go out there, and you do it. And that's what I did.
But even soldiers have backup. Frank Jr. had no choice but to go it alone in prison.
The danger level. When I left that building, that the agents were there, I was on my own. Because of the concrete, they couldn't monitor me. But I knew my dad. He taught me well, so I knew when to back off, when to be aggressive with him.
Over about 6 months, Frank recorded a number of conversations with his father.
We talked about certain murders, and also what I did was I pit my uncle against my dad. And that made my dad mad. And sometimes when somebody gets mad, they talk a little more. If we were sitting anywhere where we thought there'd be surveillance, we would talk heavily in code. But if we were out on the prison yard and walking, he felt comfortable talking. He told me a lot of murders that happened.
In addition to this gold mine, Frank's uncle Nick turned informant, confessing to the murder of John Feccarata and implicating Frank Sr. and several other mobsters in murder, racketeering, and loan sharking over decades. By 2000, Frank Jr. left prison, and by 2005, the FBI gathered enough evidence to indict the entire Chicago outfit in what they called Operation Family Secrets.
In total, 18 murders were charged as part of the racketeering conspiracy, ranging from a murder committed in 1970 to a murder committed in 1986.
A case of this magnitude in Chicago had never been like this. And for my Uncle Nick to cooperate, it was the first time in the history of the Chicago mob that a made member actually cooperated against them.
For Frank Jr., the day he faced his father in court was a day of reckoning.
It was one of the hardest things I ever did. First thing that went through my mind, oh my God, this is my dad. I hate his ways, but I love him. That family thing kicked in. Okay, until he looked at me with the threats and I knew why I was there. I am my father, and he taught me everything he knew, and that's what I used against him. My dad, he threatened to kill the prosecutor in front of the judge and the jury. So besides putting a $150,000 hit on my head, he actually put a $150,000 hit on my uncle's head too.
Within days, the jury reached their verdict.
Everybody at the trial was found guilty. My dad and two other bosses got life. Life in the federal system is life. And leaving that courtroom on the final day, looking at my dad, knowing that I'm probably never going to see him alive, was also the hardest thing I've ever did in my life. I actually sat down in another room with tears in my eyes.
It's a huge blow to the Chicago outfit.
Going all the way back to the early 1900s, there was 1,112 documented gangland slayings, okay? Only 14 convictions. In Operation Family Secrets, there was 18 convictions and over 40 murders solved.
This is the first investigation that I can recall, an indictment I can recall that involved so many murders, which really gets to the heart of what the LCN is, and that is a bunch of murderous thugs.
Frank Calabrese Sr. died in prison in 2012.
So we are in one of three parts of Little Italy at one time.
Today, Frank Jr. leads tours of Chicago's infamous mob landmarks.
So this was breeding grounds for Tony Accardo, the Spilotro brothers who ran Las Vegas, my dad, Joey Lombardo.
But the profound effect of Operation Family Secrets is still apparent in Chicago.
So it was a huge turning point for the Chicago mob. That's why there's not too much left today.
With La Cosa Nostra's skill at lying low in hard times, the question of just how many are left may be anyone's guess.
I was born and raised in Brooklyn. From the time I was about 4 or 5 years old, I was introduced to the American mob through an uncle of mine. I go to Manhattan, I meet this guy, say, listen, you know what? Johnny Dio says you owe him a favor. You gotta go to Miami. Here's an address and here's a name. And this is what he wants done. And I look and I listen, I say, hey, no problem. A couple of days later, I get a plane, I fly down to Miami Beach. I meet another guy down there. Guy says, come with me. I drive over to a little garage. He says, here's a key to that truck. He says, that's what you're gonna drive when you go to this house. He opens up a drawer and he says, now take this with you. I look down and it's a Sheffield knife. He says, and you know what you gotta do. The girl opens the door and I say, take me to the back. He's at the pool. He's a young guy, like 30-ish. Okay, let's go get him. She goes to the back of the house, opens the door, says, John. I tie him to the pool table, and I sit her down. I say, you gotta watch this. She said, what are you gonna do? Took the Sheffield knife, stuck the knife under his testicles, and sliced him. She screamed, he yelled, went back to New York and never talked about it. And that's how wild and crazy the mob was in the 70s. I'm laughing. I mean, I'm sure the guy didn't die, and I'm sure he didn't sever his testicles. But it was some blood on the pool table, and I left. And that was the story.
In Brooklyn, a low-level mobster is put to rest, shot dead in broad daylight. Days later, another reputed gangster snuffed out, execution style.
Watch your head when you sit down, Max.
Roll down.
It seems incredible, but not so long ago in America, a hidden empire of crime, violence, and money ruled large parts of this country. These men are witnesses, stepping forward now to tell their story firsthand. A few stay in the shadows for personal safety, fearful of an organization that most Americans know only as legend. Its true name, Cosa Nostra.
Like, how would you describe the mafia? What is the mafia?
You know, what is the mafia, La Cosa Nostra, as we call it here in America?
Cosa Nostra is a cult.
It's a secret society. It's a brotherhood among men.
Everything that they do is about making money that we do.
The mafia is much more like a pack of rats that eat anything in their path, including each other.
It is the most enduring, powerful, and venal, organized criminal organization to exist and to continue in America.
So in many ways, you almost had a shadow government that controlled huge amounts of economic activity in a totally unaccountable way.
The golden age of the mafia was the beginning of the 70s, when they had the strongest grip on legitimate business in the United States of America.
In the 1970s, they controlled trucking, the ports, the garbage business, and a lot of the meat, produce, and fish markets. Much of the building trade is in their hands. The carpenters and electrical unions. They have judges on their payroll and police in their pockets.
No criminal organization in the history of our country has ever infiltrated legitimate institutions of society the way the mafia was able to do.
The bosses, untouchable. It was sitting on thrones. No one could remove them. No one in law enforcement is going to do anything to hurt them.
The FBI did not have the tools to deal with a major criminal enterprise like that.
By 1970, law enforcement faces an overwhelming challenge. How do you take on a secret criminal organization with such deep roots, so much power, but so completely hidden from sight?
We were faced with a mammoth challenge, and that was, how do you deal with this enterprise? How do you actually have an impact on it?
That enterprise is divided into 5 families: Genovese, Lucchese, Gambino, Bonanno, and Colombo.
Mr. Colombo,
Are you a boss of the mafia?
No, I am not.
Is there a mafia?
No, there is not.
But Joe Colombo is lying with the confidence of a man who believes he's untouchable. There is a mafia in 1970, and he is one of its most powerful members, the boss of the most violent of the five families, the Colombos, and a vicious killer in his own right.
In his 20s, he already was involved in a minimum of 15 hits.
He was credited for at least 18 or more murders, so he did a lot of work for the family. A lot of work being killing people.
And Colombo presides over an army of psychopathic killers. Chief among them, this man, one of his capos, Crazy Joe Gallo.
He was a predatory hood. He was good at breaking legs, shooting people. In the basement, he kept a chained cub lion. And the idea was he brought people down there to show them that if they got him angry, he might feed them to the lions.
But Gallo answers to the boss, and that boss makes a big impression on everyone who meets him.
How did you first meet Joe Colombo?
I met Joe Colombo as a kid. We had a farm upstate that we would go to, and I just knew him as Joey. He was a dapper kind of dresser, and people respected him, and he was just a nice guy. So I met him at an early age, you know, before I really realized who he was.
Let me tell you something.
Joe Colombo was a mixture of old world and new. Like other bosses of the five families, he's a master of murder and corruption. But unlike the rest, he's no immigrant. He's a second-generation Italian-American, born in the United States and comfortable in the public eye.
He sees himself as a new generation of boss, and he believes he's being harassed unfairly because he's an Italian-American. And he also sees a great opportunity that he can become sort of a civil rights leader.
I thank God that I was born of Italian birth.
In 1970, he started the Italian-American League, which was supposed to be an organization that showed that Italians were being discriminated against. And in the temper of the time, for 1970s, he was fairly successful at that.
Italian-American Civil Rights League only formulated because of the harassment that this organization, the Justice Department, were using against our people, bothering pregnant women, breaking down doors, annoying people, intimidating people.
He begins attracting attention. TV interviews, magazine interviews.
I had just come home from school, and we got a phone call. Joe Colombo's son, Joey Jr., got arrested. We're going to be picketing the FBI building. I said, great, I'll be there.
Colombo, was so incensed that his son had been arrested on a federal charge that they actually started picketing the FBI office at 69th and 3rd in Manhattan. We'd walk out of the office there, and they'd call us names. I had a rock thrown at me. It would just missed my head and bounced off a firebox.
Colombo and his legions take the fight to the very doors of the enemy.
I start walking the line. Some guys drive by in a car, and they yell out to me, "You guinea," whatever they said, something. And a cop was standing there, and he said, "Hey, shut your mouth and get across the street." And I got arrogant with him. Before you know it, I've got a bunch of cops on top of me, and they hit me with the sticks. They picked me up and put me in a paddy wagon. Joey, I remember, as I'm leaving, he puts his head in and he said, "Don't worry about it, we got everything under control." He said, "Just go with them, we'll take care of it." It was a tremendous impression because I saw the power that Joe Colombo had at that moment. It was a good moment for me.
You've had a number of successes, haven't you? For example, you managed to get the Justice Department to drop the word mafia entirely. Was that your doing?
It was the voice of all the Italian people.
Around that time, the producer of The Godfather came to visit Joe Colombo. He sent for him. And Joey actually looked at the script of The Godfather back then. He took any reference to the word mafia, he pulled it out of the script.
Getting the Justice Department of the United States to ban the use of the word mafia. That's pretty good political power. That is pretty good political power.
The one thing that the bosses in the 70s did not want was publicity.
But against the tradition of the five families, Colombo loves the attention and doesn't seem to know when to stop.
Joey started to get a little bit too out of hand.
The old-fashioned bosses don't like the spotlight. He's beginning to draw too much attention. These are people who like to be in the shadows.
I knew it was starting to become an issue.
All that meant was trouble.
Well, the Second Unity rally in Columbus Circle, somewhere around 50,000 people attended that rally. The usual hoopla, the vendors and people waving the banners and talking about how great it was to be an Italian.
I had an argument with my mother that morning. She did not want me to go. So she had a dream that something bad was going to happen. And I said, I'm going.
I am heartened by the unity of purpose that has brought us together.
We arrive at Columbus Circle. They had a big stage set up.
There's police protection. The TV cameras are there. Thousands of people are milling around.
We're in a van with a periscope taking pictures to see who's doing what's what within one.
Are you under the blanket?
Saw enough people, I was on my way back to the office.
I remember Joey called me over. And I walk up the steps to the stage. He hands me some brochures. And he says, Michael, I want you to give these out around Lincoln Center. And I said, okay, Joe. I turn around and walk away. And as I approach the steps...
Suddenly, one cameraman gets close to him, and instead of taking a photo, fires a gun.
I hear boom, boom, boom. The place went crazy.
Please do not, please, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much that happened already. We plead with you, stay back. Please, ladies and gentlemen, this is the type of thing you can't do. There's so much that happened already. We plead.
In June of 1971, mob boss Joe Colombo is shot at his own Italian-American civil rights rally in New York City, and all hell breaks loose. Colombo lies unconscious in the ambulance transporting him to the hospital while the big questions start to emerge. Who would dare to gun down one of the most powerful figures in the mafia?
What kind of condition did he appear to be in?
He looked pretty bad. I mean, I don't know, I've never seen anybody shot before, but he was down on the ground and there was a spot of red on his right cheek.
In unity, we pray to our Father that Joey Colombo makes it. Our Father.
Joe Colombo isn't dead, but he's in a coma and shows no sign of waking up.
Everybody was in a state of shock. It didn't take us long to find out that a black man by the name of Jerome Johnson was the actual shooter, who himself was killed there by members of the Colombo family.
Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses. As we forgive those who trespass against us.
And our biggest concern then was, who did it?
Someone had to give the orders.
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Joe Colombo's chief aides, they knew right away where the finger of suspicion pointed. It pointed to Crazy Joe Gallo.
Crazy Joe Gallo is a captain in the Colombo family. He has a knack for violence and no sense of loyalty.
Do you know anything about a gang war? Are you trying to protect yourself?
Gabe, what kind of gang war? There's no gangs, there's no wars, there's nothing.
Crazy Joe Gallo epitomized the predatory street thug of his era. He always shot for the top.
Joey Gallo was an enemy of Joe Colombo's, was resentful of the fact that Colombo was the boss and he wasn't.
Joey Gallo comes out of prison. He's like a lost soul. He has no real gang. He has no real income. Joe Colombo has ignored him. To his confidants, he tells him, I'm going to get even. I'm more powerful than Joe Colombo is. I'll show it. He's going to kill him.
What about the gun? That rifle's gay. We go hunting. I belong to a hunting lodge. We all go hunting for deer. You go hunting too, don't you?
Joe Colombo will lie in a coma for years and eventually die of his wounds. But in the meantime, Joe Gallo has his own problems.
Gallo had to clear it with the commission because a cardinal rule, which is a self-protection rule, that you can't kill a boss.
To understand what happens next, you have to understand how the mafia began. The structure of the organization is the brainchild of this man, Charles Lucky Luciano.
He could be aptly described as the criminal version of a Bill Gates or a Warren Buffett. He was a genius. He wrote the Constitution for the American Mafia, a Bible that still continues till today.
He had a vision of what this life should be, and he implemented that vision.
Luciano's idea was to set up a organization nationwide, not unlike the Roman legions of Italy.
In 1931, Lucky Luciano incorporates 5 New York City street gangs into a single unit. These gangs become the 5 families of the modern mafia we know today: Gambino, Colombo, Bonanno, Genovese, and Lucchese. They're governed by a gangster board of executives known as the Commission. The Commission, the 5 mob families board, gets to say who lives and who dies. And that's where Joey Gallo comes in.
No question about it.
You doing,
You
buddy
don't kill
boy?
a boss without permission and hope to get away
No,
with it.
buddy boy.
There's a contract out on Joe Gallo's life, and he knows it. His 43rd birthday comes around only 10 months
Crazy sister
after
at
Joe Colombo is shot and paralyzed. It's 4 a.m. and they go into Little Italy. And there's only one place open in Little Italy.
There's a restaurant that's still there today called Umberto's Clam House. And Crazy Joe Gallo was sitting there having a spaghetti dinner.
They were sitting at a rear table when a man walked in from the back door. He fired 3 shots.
His face fell into the spaghetti.
He manages to stagger out on the main street, falls on his face, and is dead. Revenge has been done.
The shooting of mob boss Joe Colombo in 1971 and the murder of Joe Gallo in retaliation in 1972 marked the beginning of a new era for law enforcement and the American mob. A younger generation of federal agents and gangsters are about to go head-to-head. Some of the cops are Italian Americans, and most of the gangsters are like Joe Colombo, born in the USA, not immigrants like their fathers. Young guys like Michael Francis, who was standing near Joe Colombo when he's shot.
The shooting that day really impacted me when I said, you know what, something's really going on here that I don't quite understand.
So Francis turns to the one man who can answer his questions, his father, Sonny, one of the most notorious figures in the entire history of the American mob.
Sonny Francis was somebody who was a legendary figure in the world of organized crime, very powerful.
He's 100% gangster. Everybody heard of him. Everybody knows him. There's not a person that don't know who Sonny Francis is. He lives the mob code to the T.
Law enforcement said he's killed at least 30 people back then. Now it's 60, which I don't believe. 60 people, I mean, come on.
Growing up, Michael worships his father and despises the cops who shadow him.
One day I was playing ball in the street. I think I was 8 or 9 years old. Ball sailed over my head and rolled down the street. The detective stopped the ball with his foot. When I got close to him, he pulled over his jacket and he had a gun in there. And he said, "This is for your father. He's gonna get it one day." And I just looked up at him. I'll never forget. And I said, "You know, can I have my ball, please?" He kicked the ball roughly past me. And boy, I hated that guy at that moment. You know, I always say if I was lost when I was a kid, the last person I would go to would be a cop. I always looked at my dad as the hero and them as the enemy.
At the time of Joe Colombo's shooting in 1971, Sonny is in prison, serving 10 years for bank robbery. Michael pays him an urgent visit.
It was that we first really had a discussion about the life. First he got angry with me. He said, "I told you not to be involved here. You got to go to school." I said, "I'm not going to school. It's over. I have no desire. I'm part of this. I got to help you out." And he said, "Is this what you want to be part of?" And I said, "Whatever I got to do to help you out, I don't even know what I'm really a part of. You never sat down and explained anything to me. But it's time." He says, "If you had to kill somebody, could you do it?" I thought about it. I said, you know, if the circumstances were right, I think I could. And he said to me, well, that's the right answer. Somebody's going to be in touch with you. He said, you do whatever you're told. That was it. And that was the extent of the discussion we had. In asking me that question, he gave me a choice. And I made my decision right then and there.
Before mob boss Joe Colombo is shot at his own rally in 1971, he provides American law enforcement with its first big break against the mafia.
Joe Colombo organized a meeting in Columbus Circle for all his Italian-American cohorts, legit and illegitimate.
He steps out of the shadows long enough for the FBI to photograph him and his associates. It's a key moment in the government's fight against the mafia's 5 families. A new generation of FBI agents and mobsters are about to go head-to-head.
We photographed everybody at that rally, and it enabled us to identify a lot of the organized crime members who was...
It was 2 a.m. one night in the early 1970s, when Dr. Ann Ross was suddenly awoken by a cold chill running through her body. The room was unusually freezing. Ann lay there in the darkness, aware that something was wrong, but she wasn't sure what. Her husband lay soundly asleep next to her. Dr. Ross tried to get comfortable again to fall back asleep, but that's when she noticed the movement just out of the corner of her eye by the wardrobe. A shape, a figure. When she looked up properly, it was stood by their bedroom doorway. The dim light from the hallway illuminated the room just enough for her to get an idea of what she was looking at. Dr. Ross thought she must be dreaming still. This wasn't possible. It stood around 6 feet tall, with a slight hunch to its back. It was dark, almost shadow-like, but this was a very real and very tangible being. The bottom half looked very much like normal human legs, but its top half was like an animal. Later, Dr. Ross would describe it almost akin to a wolf, covered in dark black fur. Whatever it was, it seemed to become aware that Dr. Ross was looking at it. The creature slowly walked out of the room. Dr. Ross could hear it, creeping along the landing, towards the stairs. But, for reasons she could never really put into words, her first reaction was not to wake her husband. Instead, she calmly got out of bed and began to follow, silently walking behind the quiet padded sounds of its feet as it walked down the stairs. Disturbingly, Dr. Ross claimed that she didn't feel in control at that moment. She felt compelled to follow it, as though it were leading her somewhere. As she headed down the stairs, she got another look at it. From the position she was stood, she could see it now, shuffling down the hallway. This second glimpse of the creature was enough to snap her out of whatever trance she appeared to be in. The curiosity was gone, and now fear and adrenaline were racing through her body. She didn't know what she was seeing, but she knew it wasn't good. Dr. Ross raced upstairs, back to her bedroom, waking up her husband, archaeologist Richard Feachman. He didn't really believe what his wife had claimed to see, but concerned there was an intruder in the home where their children were sleeping. The pair searched the house from top to bottom. No sign of anyone, human or beast, could be found. It would be easy to chalk this up to a nightmare on the part of Dr. Ross. However, she may not have known it at the time, but she wasn't the first to be visited by this creature, and she wouldn't be the last. Dr. Ross was a well-respected expert in the field of Celtic studies. It wasn't unusual for her home to be filled with strange artifacts. But, just 2 days prior to this incident, she had received a package that contained 2 objects. These two objects would go on to become the source of one of the most enduring paranormal mysteries of all time. Get yourself a warm drink, dim the lights and get comfortable. It's long overdue, but it's time we talk about one of the great paranormal tales. A story of haunted objects, pranksters, confused scholars, and even were-sheep. This is the horrifying story of the Hexham Heads. Welcome to the Tape Library. I'm curious before we get into this one, how many of you have heard of the Hexham Heads before? Let me know in the comments if you have or haven't. It feels like such a well-known paranormal case over here in the UK, but when I talk to American friends about it, they don't seem as familiar. This is one of those stories that's been on my list to get to since I pretty much started the channel, but I was pushed to do it now after an interesting little discovery was made back in October. In 1976 at 5:55 PM, the BBC broadcasted an episode of its usual early evening current affairs show nationwide, but this particular episode would be burned into the imaginations of an entire generation. Tonight's show spoke about a discovery two schoolboys had made of a pair of stone heads that were thought to be Celtic in origin, but ever since their discovery, anyone who interacted with the heads had fallen prey to strange phenomena. The episode came with interviews with several people involved, including Dr. Anne Ross. In stark contrast to normal paranormal fare, seeing a respected history scholar talking about strange goings-on in the night and werewolves gave a certain degree of weight to the tale. But it wasn't just the creepy story. The BBC show paired this with images of severed heads that were disturbingly graphic for a family show, plus a quick shot of Oliver Reed from Hammer's Curse of the Werewolf. It was all more than enough to give the kiddies plenty of nightmares. The footage from this segment has existed in the BBC archives ever since. However, the audio has always been missing, making this segment something of a lost holy grail for those fascinated by paranormal media. But recently, using an AI voice recognition software, the audio for the second half has been recovered. The BBC released the segment as a Halloween treat on YouTube, and for the first time in decades, people were able to hear Dr. Ross's first-hand account of what she saw in her home that night. Much like my recent episode on the Divot Box, the story of the Hexham Heads is a confusing blend of fiction and reality, not helped by the fact that these stories all centre around events that took place over a relatively short period of time over 50 years ago. Details have been twisted, misremembered, disputed, leaving the true tale of the Hexham Heads a slightly confusing mess. But I've tried my best here to lay it out as close to what apparently happened as possible. Let's begin with the discovery, an event that in itself might be one of the most highly contested events that took place. Hexham is a small market town in Northumberland, up in the north of England. While it is of course a place with a long deep history, as is the case with most towns in England, in the 1970s there wasn't really anything remarkable about Hexham. This wasn't a place you expected to be digging up haunted artefacts in any case. 11-year-old Colin Robson was at junior school, sat in a classroom creating a small piece of artwork for a competition. It was a head, crafted out of plaster of Paris. A head that was described as ugly by his headmaster and downright scary by others. Despite this, it won second place in his school's competition. Why Colin chose to make the head, he couldn't say. It just popped into his mind when he was trying to think of something to make. In and of itself, there's nothing strange about this incident. The timeline here instantly becomes a little confusing, but in either late 1971 or early 1972, Colin had returned home from school with his brother, Leslie. The pair were bored, to say the least. No one else from their family was home yet. Their mother and father both still at work. And what else would two young boys do to pass the time before their family returned home? They of course decided to dig holes, heading out into the garden to do so. Initially they were being helpful, pulling out weeds and tidying up, but soon it descended into just digging a hole together, down deeper and deeper into the soil. When they reached around 2 foot deep, Colin shouted out that something was there. He reached into the dirt and pulled out a rounded object. about the size and weight of a cricket ball. He brushed the soil off of it and shouted again to his brother that he had found a head. There, in Colin's hand, was a small stone head, not too dissimilar from the one he had crafted in school some time earlier that year. Leslie was somewhat jealous at his brother's miraculous find, and the pair continued to dig to see if they could find anything else. Sure enough, just 6 inches further down, they pulled out another head. Both heads were a little different from one another, but both had a bit of weight to them and appeared to be very old. Later in this tale, a materials chemist named Dr. Don Robbins would describe them as being different sexes. The first head had a skull-like appearance to it, masculine in features, but gaunt and bony, with a traditionally Celtic hairstyle. The other was more feminine, more rounded and expressive in its features. Some have called them the man and the woman, but others refer to the female head as the hag. This is the one that many have described as giving off a negative energy. Below them were tendrils that struck out almost like a neck, but these were later sawn off during studies of the objects. With their parents out still, the 2 boys instead rushed to their next door neighbour. There, Nellie Dodd, the mother of the Dodd family, invited the boys inside, and the 3 of them took a look at their strange discovery. She didn't quite know what to make of it, and suggested that the boys should take it to the nearby Hexham Abbey. Maybe they could tell the boys what these heads were. The boys phoned their mother at work, telling her they were going to be taking 2 old stone heads to the Abbey. You know, normal boy stuff. And they set off to get the answers they sought. A priest at the Abbey offered to take the heads and try to find out more about them, telling the boys he would return them in a few days' time. And that was that. An exciting archaeological find by 2 young boys. And that's all it was, until Colin was awoken a few nights later by screaming. Nellie Dodd lived next door with her husband Isaac and their 6 children. For a number of nights after first seeing the heads, Nellie's daughters, who shared a room, had been complaining about a strange sound. They described it as a sort of pitter-patter of feet that they could hear as they lay in their beds at night. Nellie told them they were simply hearing soot falling down the chimney. The night of the incident, 7-year-old Marie was terribly sick with an ear infection. It had taken Nellie some time to get her daughter to sleep, but once she did, she was confronted with her son Trevor, claiming that someone was touching his leg. Trevor shared a bedroom with his younger brother Brian. Nellie assumed this was just a case of the boys messing around and told them to go to sleep. Later, Brian would state that it wasn't just Trevor that felt something touching. As he lay in his bed, he too experienced what felt like a hand touching his hair, despite there being no one else in the room. Nellie went back to Marie's bedroom, but just before she did, she noticed the landing window was open, flapping in the wind. She was sure she had shut it. Nellie climbed into bed with her daughter, planning to sleep in there with her that night. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, Marie was awoken by a strange sound. She wasn't sure what it was at first, but she instantly knew something wasn't right. The scared little girl looked up. She quickly jabbed at her mother's side to wake her as well. Nellie opened her eyes and couldn't believe what she was seeing. There, standing in the room, was a large figure that she described as being part man and part beast. The lower half of it appeared to be human, but its head almost looked like a sheep, and its feet were hooves. Nellie was immediately terrified, but in her half-awake state she thought this must be some kind of dream. That was until the creature reached out and touched her. The feel of its clawed hands on her leg was more than enough to snap
Alright,
Nellie
I'm gonna turn in.
Nellie
I'm getting
screamed,
tired.
a scream so
I will
loud
see you
it
guys
awoke
in the
not
morning.
just her husband, but the neighbours next door.
I haven't decided
The
what I'm
creature
playing
looked at
yet,
Nellie
but
and Marie
I will be back
momentarily
in the morning.
before turning and running
You
down
guys
the
enjoy
stairs.
your evening.
Isaac Dodd came running in to find his wife in hysterics. They searched the house but could find no trace of what Nellie had seen. However, their front door was